All right. Alexa, pause. I don't know. If here, I'll give you this for now. And then we might have an extra one somewhere around, but that should work for now. And if you need more paper, we have more paper at the end too. Okay, let's try this one more time. Are you ready to roll?
Yes, sir.
So lame. Do you guys want me to run a boring training or a fun training? All right, we ready to get started?
Yeah.
All right, that's a little bit better. Okay. Well, I am ready to get rocking and rolling. I know I've had a chance to hopefully at least shake your hand if I didn't have a chance to get to talk to you too much, but I'm gonna kick things off here. I am recording this training. It's just recording me, but I'm recording this because this is going to be one of the training templates that we give to new managers for the next several years so that they can learn kind of what we do in our office right now. So you may not know this, you may know this a little bit, but our team is really good, and other offices kind of want to know what we're doing and how all this is happening. So I'll share a little bit more about our team here in a second, but I wanted to first introduce myself. I'm going to introduce these guys. So Dylan, whenever you guys are ready, just come on in, okay? And these two as well too, if we can. Okay, perfect. Come on in. Daniel, if you want to come up first.
Oh boy.
Yeah, come on up right next to me. Everybody say hi to Daniel. Okay, so Daniel this morning, I literally asked him, I was like, hey, we have a big training class. We might need an extra set of hands. Would you be willing to help out? And he was like, absolutely. Daniel started the job like 2 training classes ago. So he was sitting in your chairs 2 training classes ago. When you first got started on the job, do you remember like the first like day of training, scale of 1 to 10? 10, I was super, super confident. 1, I was super, super nervous. Where do you think you were at?
Probably 2. Yeah.
Pretty nervous? Okay.
Scared to talk to people.
Okay. And then how about let's fast forward 2 days later. You're about to leave training on Friday. Where's your confidence at scale 1 to 10 then?
Right now it's at 7. I'm doing pretty good with my demos and getting a lot of referrals and yeah.
Cool. How long did it take you after training to hit your first promotion?
Uh,
Remember?
I think it was one day.
One day?
Uh-huh. I think I sold a set my very first day and then I went to the first promotion and then
Cool.
Mhm.
And now you're at 20%. So he said his first and his second promotion
Yep.
On the job so far. And then what's your favorite part about the job? What would you say?
I say definitely showing the knives. I think I like the reactions like, oh wow, and which is very fun.
Cool, cool. What types of jobs have you done before this, Daniel?
I was aquatic supervisor at Greyville Lodge. Was a apprentice electrician, and right now I'm a line cook.
Lots of sales experience, right? Do you have a quick tip for training?
Quick
Keep
tip
it
for
simple.
training.
We haven't even really started yet, but do you have a quick, simple tip for training?
Just listen to Nate. Don't really be impulsive. I was impulsive, so and then that led me to not get some numbers, which that's important. So yeah, that's basically it.
Awesome. I'll give you that $5 later. That's big you to say that. Just kidding. Awesome. Thank you. Let's give Daniel a quick round of applause. Tony, you want to come up too? So I'm gonna talk about Tony here in just a minute, but Tony was they were in the same training class together. There was a lot smaller training class. And Tony ended up finishing number 1 in his training class. So here's his quick story. You're currently doing you move pianos for your other job.
Yeah.
So like a labor job, right? Tony's a college football player at Kansas Wesleyan right now. And when you first started the job, where do you think your confidence was at 1 to 10 first day?
Probably like 2 or 3, somewhere. Definitely not anywhere high.
Okay.
3, I say 3.
And then how about when you were about to leave on Friday, after you kind of learn how to do everything?
Probably like an 8. I was leaving, high hopes,
Cool.
ready to get after it.
Cool. How long did it take you after training to hit your first make your first sale?
That same night I finished training.
Cool. What about your first promotion at 1,000?
Also the first night.
First night. And then how long did it take you to get your second promotion at 3,000? I know I'm putting you on the spot, but give me your best.
Probably like 2 or 3 days after as I finished training on a Friday, probably like that Saturday night or Sunday.
So a couple days at his first and his second promotion. And then how about 6,000 in sales, which means he's made at that point $1,000 in income. How long did that take you?
Probably 2 days after that. Probably like that next Tuesday. So
So you're like 5, 6 days on the job, you've made $1,000 in sales
Mhm.
or in income, I'm sorry. So you're thinking, wow, this is probably going a little bit better than I was originally planning.
oh yeah, definitely.
Why do you think people are buying Cutco from you?
Well, I read off the manual, and our product's just like the best in the world, so makes it easy.
Cool. And then Tony just finished his fast start Sunday night. That was his 10th day. So your fast start, you'll learn about this. That's your first 10 days on the job. How long did it take you to hit 10,000?
I think 8 days.
8 days.
Yeah,
So you made $2,000 in 8 days, and then you finished your fast start at what?
15, 15-1.
15.1. So Tony made over $3,500 his first 10 days on the job, showing kitchen knives, the same product that you're going to show as well too. Is that pretty cool? You want to know a fun fact too? This guy was the #1 rep in the entire nation last week. That's pretty cool. Can I let you in on another little secret? The rest of the team, actually Daniel doesn't know this. The rest of the team doesn't know this. But Tony's getting promoted to assistant manager intern tonight at our team meeting after you guys are out of training and everything like that. And he's been working here for like 12 days, right? So that's pretty fast track if you want to call it that. Okay. Do you have a quick tip for training?
Yeah. Follow the manual. Really just listen to all the details he tells you. That's really all I did. Make sure you take good notes too.
Awesome. Cool. Let's give Tony. Well, you guys already did. So you can give, how about one clap on three? 1, 2, 3. Not bad. All right, Dylan, come on up. Let me introduce you to Dylan, and then we're gonna dive into some stuff. So Dylan is our main office manager. So this guy I have a slide for him you'll see in a second, but he's got a cool story. I'm just gonna speed his up a little bit. Dylan sold $13,000 his first 10 days on the job, which means he made about $3,000. His paycheck's over there, one of the ones by the sword over there. Okay, so you made about $3,000 his first 10 days on the job. Prior to this, you worked at where?
Restaurant and mowing lawns.
Cool. And how'd you hear about the job?
I heard about it through one of my friends. I got like a text, and then when I moved back home from college, I got a letter in the mail. So kind of both ways. Just like
Cool.
some of you here.
Yeah. And what about you? How'd you hear about the job, Daniel?
Through the mail.
Through the letter mail. Okay, cool. And is Tony over there still?
Never heard.
How'd you hear about the job?
A letter in the mail.
Letter in the mail. Okay, cool. Me too, by the way. We'll get to that in a second. So Dylan's just was starting over his winter break, basically. He was playing college soccer out in Denver, like Colorado area, and then moved back. He's going to community college now at JCCC, and got out of the gates really quickly. And then Dylan got invited to go to our we have a conference that time of year in Chicago, so he got an invite to that conference out there. It was like the Golden Globes of Cutco. And then he moved from or flew, I should say, from Chicago to Cabo for our company incentive trip that we had over winter break that he qualified for after his first 10 days of performance, which there's not one this time of year, so don't ask. But it's just right place, right time for him, which happens to be a theme on some stuff.
Yeah.
And then he got promoted to an assistant manager while he was a college student. And so he's just like doing appointments, and he's also helping coach reps and build the team. And then Dylan moved into a leadership, like full-time position at the start of this summer as well, and is just absolutely crushing it right now too. Raise your hand if you interviewed with Dylan. Okay, so for some of you, he's like your favorite person, right? Because he like was like, you got the job, right? Which is cool. And do you have a quick tip for training?
Yeah, these guys kind of said it. Make sure you're taking good notes the whole time. This guy knows what he's talking about. So make sure you really just like dial in to the whole time. I know it's long, but it's worth it. So make sure you're paying good attention, and then work hard on your assignments. Okay. Obviously training is long, but the harder you work outside of training too is really going to help you get off to a hot start and just benefit you later on in the job as well. So work hard on your assignments. After training, before training, all those things, which you guys will hear what those assignments are here in a little bit, but just work hard. And if you work hard, it's gonna pay off. So that's what I got.
Cool. Let's give Dylan a quick round of applause. So some of you will be coaching with some of these individuals like after training, and they'll be like your person that kind of like guides you when we're not in like the group stuff. Does that make sense? Okay, cool. Thank you so much. I'm gonna dive in. Again, my name's Nate Johnson. I'm the division coordinator. So all that means is I own this office. This is our headquarters for the division, and I also run and develop all of Kansas and Western Missouri for the company. So I've been doing this for almost 13 years. So next week will be my 13th, year of my Cutco birthday. But when I first started, I got a letter in the mail, and this was going to be a summer job for me. It was right after my freshman year of college. I was working at a grocery store making $7.25 an hour. I did get a raise after 2 years though to 7.50, in case you're wondering. It was a huge deal. And so when I got this letter, I really came into the interview because I saw the base pay was 15 and I was making 750, right? And I'll tell you a little bit more about my story a little bit later. Hey, can you shut the door if you don't mind out there? Thank you. I remember going to the interview and I got the job, right? I told my mom and my dad that I got the job, and they said, "What are you going to be doing?" And I was like, "Oh, I'm going to work for this multi-billion-dollar marketing firm, international. I'm going to market their products," which is the fancy way of saying I sell knives, right? And I told my parents that, and my mom's reaction was like, "Well, what? You're gonna do what?" And I was like, "Yeah, it's called Cutco. It's great stuff." She's like, "Never heard of it." And I was like, "Well, it's number one sold," right? I was going off the stuff in the interview. I was like, "You should have seen it. They cut a penny, right? We did this rope in the interview." I just kind of probably sounded like a goofball, right? And my mom had a bunch of questions. She was like, "Well, how do you get started? Do you have to pay to start? What happens if they don't buy?" Like all the stuff we cover in the interview, right? But my mom's a nurse, and so she is very knowledgeable at nursing, and maybe not as much on the business side of things, if you will. So I took her advice as I would with anything, and I listened to her. But where I did land with my mom was like, "Hey, look, I'm going to try this out for a couple weeks, and if I love it, I'm going to keep doing it, and if I don't, I'll just keep working at the grocery store." So that's really how I showed up to training. My mom was a little skeptical. And then my dad was like, "You're 19, you can make your own decisions. Good luck. Everything's learning experience." Right. So in training, I was very like up and down with my confidence. And what I noticed is that it really developed over training as time went on. My first day, I remember taking a bunch of notes. I remember working hard on the assignment. The second day, we got to cut up a bunch of food, and I used Cutco. And again, I was 19. I didn't use knives at all. Okay, it was like pizza, hot pockets, ramen noodles, but I wasn't using knives. I don't know if I've ever chopped anything before this job, right? Maybe a steak knife or something, but that was about the equivalent of my, my knife expertise when coming to training. But I loved the product, and I ended up falling in love with Cutco and the job. I didn't think I'd like it as much as I did when I was brand new. But after the second day of training, I scheduled some appointments. And then the third day of training, I scheduled a couple more appointments, and I had 12 lined up for my first 2, 3 days on the job for my first weekend. My first weekend on Sunday and Monday, I did 4 each day. I did my parents, my best friend's parents, my aunts and uncles for my first day. My second day was like a family friend, a neighbor, a family friend, my grandparents, right? I went 7 for 8 my first weekend. I sold $1,800, which is decent. It's nothing crazy. A lot of these guys crushed what, actually all of them crushed what I did when I was brand new. I was actually very average at the job when I started. I wasn't the top rep in my office. I wasn't, on the national sales report or anything like that. But what did happen my first 2 days is I gained a lot of confidence. People were buying, right? I got to experience a no sale. I got 50 plus recommendations in my first couple days, and I was kind of able to see the job working for me. Plus, financially, I made $250 in 2 days. And that was what I was making in my usual 2-ish week paycheck working, 20, 30 hours at the grocery store. So very quickly for me, I was like, 2 weeks, 2 days. I like this. Okay. By the way, we do have the fans going, but if it gets super hot, just maybe let Dylan know or something like that. He can turn it up a notch if we need to. Obviously, with the more people we have, the hotter that it may get over time. But at least it's not super hot outside. So we'll fast forward a little bit. This was going to be a summer job for me. My first summer, I sold about $18,000 worth of Cutco, which means I made just under 5 grand. which was awesome because the summer before I made 1,500 working at the grocery store. So I made a lot more cash. And then at the end of the summer, I got to interview for an assistant manager position, which I ended up getting. And so I did that throughout the school year where I was like running some interviews, coaching some reps and stuff like that on the team. I was also doing appointments as well. And then I had gotten to the 50% commission level. We'll do a pay review again today, but once I got to that level, I was making a lot of cash. Even when I was at school, I just did 8 appointments a week around my classes. It worked really well for me, and I was able to put myself in a pretty good financial position. This is something I ended up doing all throughout college. My first summer, I was a representative. My second summer, I was a branch manager. So I actually opened up my own office, just like this, just on a smaller scale, in Cedar Rapids, Iowa, which is where I grew up. So smaller territory and all that. I got to live at home, and but it was my office. It was like the complete entrepreneur experience. And we have that as a program for our top students, to be able to learn how to run an organization during the summertime. And that's our branch manager program. The next summer, I moved to St. Louis to work in our division headquarters office. At the time, that was the closest office to me, was 4.5 hours away, by the way. So I moved for the summer, kind of like an internship. I got to learn how things were ran on a really big scale. And then the next summer, the next 2 summers, I was the pilot sales manager. So I got to run the division headquarters on a daily basis. It was, my office. I just didn't pay the bills. So it's kind of like a really high paid apprenticeship. When I was a pilot sales manager, even as an assistant manager, I was making 10,000 plus during the summertime. As a pilot, it was even higher, just in between a summer of college as well too. Somewhere in that time, I figured out I'm really good at this. I like what I'm doing, and I'm going to try it out after school. So I opened an office in 2017, and our first 8 months, we finished top 10 in the country. We did about 250,000 in sales. The next year, we got bumped up to the first full year category, and we did 400,000 in sales. We also finished top 10. Our third year, we got promoted to the what's called the Premier League, which is the kind of like the second highest league that there is. We competed with the 100 plus offices in that league. We finished top 10 again. And then in 2020, we got promoted to the Elite League, which is like who's a soccer person? It's like the top, like, so like the Champions League in soccer, right? It's like the top 20. So that way the people that are, newer, different, they can compete at their own level, right? And we finished in the top 10 that year. We did over $1 million in sales. I'm going to fast forward 2022. We hit our third $1 million in sales, third year, I should say. And then I got an offer. I got an offer to move from St. Louis to Kansas City to take over this like area, but also help develop this division. And I got promoted at the start of 2023 to the division coordinator, which is the role that I have now as well too. So a lot of my job is really developing top representatives, professionals, and then helping manage and open different offices across our division as well too. So, but I do love initial training. I actually only run a handful of trainings each year. I run a few in the summertime, then I run 1 or 2 over winter break. And our managers run the rest throughout the year. So just so you know, if I somehow like pass out or lose my voice or something like that, Dylan's just gonna take over. Probably one of the other guys will like drag me out, right? And then Dylan will just grab the script and he's just gonna Zoom with you. Does that sound good? All right, hopefully it doesn't happen, but you get the point. Okay. So that's a little bit about myself and kind of our start. Last year we did $1.1 million in sales. Our goal this year is to do $1.5 million in sales in our division, and we're off to a great start this year as well too. So as much as you're going to learn about how to do appointments and stuff like that, I want to give you some vision of the team that you're joining as well too, because I think that that's really important as well too. So our office right now is on fire. You may notice there's some things around the room that say Pop Week or whatever. Okay, that was our plan last week, was to grow in sales. So I'm going to give you our quick history. 3 weeks ago, we did a couple thousand in sales because we hadn't started, any new reps for the summer. Last week, we did $16,000 in sales from brand new reps. And then the week that just ended, we did $39,000 in sales from brand new reps. So we're growing very, very quickly, faster than any office in the country with our sales. Our division's also growing too. Things are going so well that we'll have an opportunity to open up 10 new offices across the state in our division. We do have a Wichita office right now and a Topeka office that's a summer office. And then there's going to be a couple other opportunities in like the Missouri side of Kansas City. We'll have one up north as well too. Some out west in Emporia, Hutchinson, Salina, Manhattan, St. Joseph's up north as well too. So if someone is a senior in college or they're not in school, right, we do have a career position where someone could earn an assistant manager position, within a few weeks or months, depending on their trajectory, we'll call it, and they could earn an opportunity to open up a location in one of these areas. As a district manager, it's a pretty exciting lifestyle. There's a six-figure income opportunity. You get to drive our company car, which is a BMW or a Tesla of your choice. There's complete autonomy with someone's schedule because they're the boss, but you're leading, you're growing people. It's a really challenging position, and it's just all based on performance. Raise your hand if you're a college student, like you'll be in school in the fall. So next summer, you might even, here's a funny story. You might even train on this video, on the video that teaches you how to become a branch or a district manager one day. You never know. But we have a summer program where someone can gain, essentially, it's like an MBA worth of experience in the summertime running an office with our company. There are about 250, maybe 275 branch offices across the country this year as well too. But to put it into perspective, our goal is really to have champions on our team. We're looking to promote 2 new assistant managers by June 18th. We're essentially promoting one here very shortly. We have room for one, maybe even 2 more as well too. But over time, we're going to put out 5 new district executive offices that are career positions, and then 7 that are just during the summertime as well too. So an assistant manager, in case you're wondering, their role is really just to do appointments, coach representatives, and recruit as well too. They are paid 2 different ways, which is kind of cool too. They have 2 incomes. So if you're interested, just let us know. But in training, I would just say work hard, have a good attitude, and be a leader if you feel like that's something that you could see yourself doing at some point. Okay, can I get into the good stuff? All right, so for the year, we are currently the number 14 pilot headquarters in the country. And the pilot league is the most challenging, difficult league across the country because it's basically all of the headquarters that are competing against each other. So think of like, San Diego, right? Chicago, stuff like that. We're competing with some pretty big, big territories as well too. And for the year, we're number 14. Now that doesn't include last week's sales. So we'll have a new report that comes out on Friday, but we did 39,000. So there's a really good chance we just moved into the top 10, maybe even like the top 7, just from last week as we're starting to build our team. Okay. Any idea how much Cutco we sold last week as a company? Any guesses? Don't give me like something crazy like a bajillion, but like just shout it out reasonably. 39,000 as a company.
Yeah.
Okay.
$500,000.
$500,000. Yeah, our office, by the way, did 57,000 last week in total, right? With our professionals. From new reps, we sold 39,000.
Oh.
$500,000. Okay. Anything else? It's a good guess. It's higher than that though. $1.5 million. That'd be crazy if we sold $1.5 million worth of knives in a week. Why'd you go higher? I just said, wouldn't that be crazy?
Well,
We did 4.2 million in sales last week. So I like to have fun too. So in case you're wondering, if people buy knives, they do. Okay. And what I always tell our team is stop wondering if people are going to buy from you and start wondering how much they're going to buy from you. All right. It's a different way of looking at it. Now, some of you in the back, you might not be able to see all this, but I'm just going to hit a couple of key points at the top. One of the things that's on here is on the left is Cutco sales professionals. So Mike Dowd in St. Louis last week, he sold $26,000 worth of Cutco. Okay. All professionals, even the ones out of our division, they make 50% commission. So last week he made $13,000 in income. Okay. And you can see the rest, right? Even all the way down to like this guy, Russ, he sold 11.7. So he made, $5,600 or whatever last week. Okay. Now, that's not to compare yourself to them because they've been, some of them doing this for 10, 15, 20 years. Like this is their full-time job as an entrepreneur, selling Cutco. But it is something you could aspire to be, right? Last year, we had 4 people in the company that sold over $1 million worth of knives individually. Did you hear that? So 4 people sold over $1 million, which means they made over $500,000 selling knives. Okay. And that's pretty cool, right? Check this out. See this right here? So last week, Tony's first full week on the job, he sold 10,000, couldn't do 11, right? $952 worth of Cutco. He beat this other scrub, Braden, by like $100 or something. I don't know who that is. Isn't that pretty cool? Same product, same knives. He was just sitting in training 2 weeks ago, right? Thinking, I hope that this goes well, right? But that's pretty cool. And all these are new reps, by the way, that have sold Cutco last week. Okay, so there's another one that sold 10,000 plus. Tanner, sold $9,000. You guys can see, right? Even the number 20 rep in the country did $6,400 in sales last week. But as a company, 4.2 million in total. Do you also want to know how many people you beat out for jobs? You don't care?
Yeah, I do. I'm trying.
I'll get you the exact number here in just a little bit. But we take about some depends on the day, but sometimes we take over 100 applications every day. So if I had to guess, we probably had 100. We probably had 500 to 1,000 people apply for the job last week. Right? Obviously, we didn't accept everybody. We actually were really picky on who we did accept, and so I guess I'm saying congratulations on being selected because we're kind of picky. Because look, this room's only so big, right? We already kind of packed it full, but we wanna bring the right people on the team for 2 reasons. Number one, I give you like almost $500 worth of Cutco on Friday when you leave training to show on your appointments, right? Obviously, it's got to be somebody I trust. Okay, that's a lot if you times that by how many people, right? And then the second reason is you only want champions on your team. We want to be number 1 in the country, and you're only as strong as your weakest link. So I guess I'm saying that because I want you to have a championship caliber attitude and mentality coming into the job. We also have a lot of confidence in you. We brought you on the team because we know you could do well. Okay, we didn't bring you on because you're perfect and you've sold stuff before. But what we probably did see is you have a great attitude, or we like what we saw, and we think that you can read at a 3rd grade level, right? And we think that you're gonna have a good work ethic with the job as well too. Okay, so have a lot of confidence in the team, the program. You can also have a lot of confidence in me. I've been doing running training for 12 of the 13 years that I've been working here, and I don't say it as a flex or anything like that. But I do think I'm probably arguably one of the best trainers, in my opinion, in the country, and also our numbers back a lot of that as well too. So all that means is if you were to go through training in another office, you'd likely just make less cash. So I'm telling you all that because I want you to expect big results. Cutco is easy. You cut a tomato, you smile, it sells itself. It's really just about attitude and work ethic, and I'm excited for you guys to get out there, have some fun, hit some promotions, and really move quickly. You guys excited too? Wouldn't it think about this too? Isn't that crazy? The average rep on our team right now is hitting their first promotion within their first 3 days. Anybody do fast food before? What if it was like day 1 at McDonald's, right? Would this ever happen? Robert's like day 1 and the manager's like, all right, dude, you're gonna crush fries for a little bit, just grease them up and all that and do a good job, okay? And then he leaves and he comes back and he's looking at Robert and he's like, oh my goodness, I've never seen anything like this. You're crushing fries. You're way too valuable. Go over there with Dylan. He's going to show you burgers. Go, 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 go. And by the way, $2 raise per hour.
Oh.
Would that ever happen? No, right? But what's cool here is that you do get to promote yourself based on your work ethic. Okay. And I think that's what our reps really like about the job and our team as well too. Our office last week ended up being the number 2 office in the country as well too from new reps. Okay. this is our year-to-date standings, just the ones you can see up here as well too. So like Jerry on our team, she's at 132,000 in sales for the year. She makes 50%. But also Jerry's been selling over 400 grand the last few years, right? So she makes, six figures plus plus. Bryant does about 300,000. Blaine's one of our professionals. Josu's actually a college student. He's about at 60,000 in sales. He started last April with us. So about a little bit over a year ago. He's in Israel right now. But before he left, he sold 10 grand the first 2 weeks of the summer, which is kind of cool as well too. Then you can see Dylan's name up there as well too. Josu also won a scholarship with us. He was top 25 in the country during the spring semester. And you can see Tony, he literally squeaked up there in like his first couple of weeks. And then we've got more and more and more. Okay. So that's for the year. That's where we're at right now. You can see 488,000 in total business sales. It's not exactly that, but just seeing it kind of a perspective. And then from new reps, okay, so I told you 2 weeks ago we did 16,000 in sales. So when Tony was brand new in training, his first weekend, he's had 11 orders. He did 15 appointments. So he went 11 for 15 his first weekend on the job. Your first weekend, by the way, you can write it down. It's Friday after training. So like kind of Friday night, you have all of Saturday, all of Sunday, all of Monday. So it took your first technically 3.5 days. Okay. That's your first weekend. That also is your first paycheck. So everything you do this weekend literally goes on your first paycheck that you get on Friday next week. Does that make sense? So it's a very fast turnaround. Most jobs, they like hold it, right? For like a couple weeks or whatever. Your first 4 days, you're getting that paycheck on Friday, which is pretty cool. Right? Okay. Down the line, I'm not going to go through everybody because it would take way too long with how great our team is. But like, Millen on our team, she sold 3,600. She's pretty shy. That was her first weekend on the job. Daniel, who you guys met, he sold 3,600 bucks his first weekend. So that means he made about 500 bucks, something like that. Josu, the week before he left for his trip, sold 3,335, but he makes 45% commission. So he made like 1,500 bucks the week before he left, which is cool. The week before that, he sold 7 grand, by the way, which is pretty cool. Ray, brand new out of training, she sold 1,700. Raylan, she was on vacation in Florida. She just did a couple of online appointments, had 4 orders, and she's at 25%. So she made 400 bucks on vacation, right? And you can see some of the rest. Oops. And then, there's Josu's example from a couple weeks ago, which I thought was kind of cool. He did 20 appointments though. So he was like working hard, right? He made 14 sales on the 20, sold 7 grand, and he made 3,000 bucks in income. That's not normal, right? He's been doing this for a year, but he's a student. Okay. Last week, I didn't circle anything, but again, you all know Tony did over 10,000 in sales. So did Bryant, one of our professionals. So he made 5 grand last week. Ray from our last training class, Ray sold 5 grand. Her first full week on the job, right? So she sold 1,700 her first weekend, 5,000, the first full week. Then you've got Ethan. Ethan was sitting right where you are, Aurelie, bless you, in training last week, and he had his first 7 orders. Right here is the number of orders. And he sold 4,900 bucks. Jerry sold 4,500. She's a professional. Brooks' first week on the job, she actually had 10 orders around church camp, and then she sold 4,000 bucks in sales, or 4,100. And we have a huge team. So then there's like Chris, right? Chris, anybody know Chris on our team? Cool. Oh yeah, that's right. Chris sold 3,800 bucks his first weekend last weekend. So he made like 550, 575, something like that his first weekend. Ray on our team, she sold 2,500 bucks. She was in the last training class. Benjamin was in the last training class. He sold almost 2 grand. You got Zach, you got Dominic, aka Mo. He sold 1,200 bucks his first weekend. Callista sold 1,000 bucks her first weekend. Brooke sold 1,000 bucks her first weekend. Will on our team sold 700 bucks his first couple days. Mill, you guys get the point? Okay. So in your notes, go ahead and jot down best time. Okay. This is such an awesome time. Thank you, Dylan. To get started with us. In fact, I don't know if you could have wrote it better on a piece of paper if you could have. And here's why. Okay. Number one thing is during the summertime, people are eating in a little bit more. Would you agree? Well, one reason why is like if they have kids, there's now, their kids are back home and they have to make one, maybe even two more meals per day in the summertime, right? If they have younger kids. Another reason is people are usually in a good mood, right? When it's the summertime, a lot of times there's nice weather. Now it's day to day, right? It's also, it's wedding season. People use Cutco as a gift for a lot of things. People cook more naturally in the summertime, whether they have Cutco or not. And so people get to use what they have at home. And I'm going to let you in on a little bit of a secret. Most people don't have good knives. Okay. That's the reason why we sell a lot of Cutco. Okay. There's a lot of family events during the summertime. There's also business gifts. So all of you on Friday will learn how to do business gifts, which is basically if you know somebody that owns a small business, they could buy like 10 spatula spreaders with their name or company engraved onto it and give to their clients for business gifts, which is pretty cool too. You actually don't have to be a professional or anything to be able to do that. So I'll show you business gifts later on. There's a bunch of sporting events and whatnot as well during the summertime. Anytime there's like people come together is a good thing for us as well too. Our average order last week, Dylan, what was our average order?
497.
So our office average order last week was 497. The company average is about 400. Why? It's because we have a really good training. So our average order increases naturally when we show people Cutco in the summertime. It's an awesome time to start. I'm going to mention this a few times throughout training, and hopefully you get sick of hearing that as well too. The other thing is we're kind of in between two holidays, right? We just had Memorial Day, which is originally why we put up the Pop Week signs around the office, because what do people do on Memorial Day? Cook out, grill, eat food, right? They use what? Knives, spatulas and stuff, right? And then they drink maybe beer, right? And what country is it for? Where do we live? America. Yeah. So Memorial Day is for America. Guess where we're made? We're the only high quality kitchen brand in the United States. Not only do we oversell everyone overseas, but we're number one sold in America as well too, by a lot. Okay. So I love that because a bunch of people just use their knives around Memorial Day, and then you've got Father's Day coming up in a couple weeks around the quarter too. So it's an easy gift for like, dad or, all that kind of stuff as well too. So it's a really fun time of year as well too. We changed this week from Pop Week and crossed it out. It's now called Growth Week because we're growing so much faster. We were looking at the business plan earlier today, and pretty much we were like, this is useless at this point because we're moving way quicker than we thought we were going to be, which is really positive for us and the reps on our team as well too, right? So I'm excited. With that being said, I've got a couple quick tips for you. Okay, first tip is that you can mess up. You can mess up, and we didn't bring you onto the team because you're perfect. We know you're gonna mess up. Okay, I'm gonna also mess up running training, even though I do it, with regularity. Okay. So one of the cool things about the job is the manual that you're going to get after our first little break. It literally, like, one of the first lines says, "Mrs. Jones, I'm brand new." And I'm just going to read from my manual. Is that okay with you? What do you think she says?
Yeah.
Sure, go for it. Right. And then who do you think it takes all of the pressure off of? Yeah, it takes all the pressure off you and the customer, right? That would be weird if you were like staring at them in the eyeballs the whole time for like 45 minutes and you were like handing them knives at this, right? That'd be freaking weird. Okay. So one of the cool things is like you can mess up a bunch and that's okay. All right. Second thing I would have you jot down is commit to the process. Okay. I'm gonna explain what the process is, but the job, this isn't like this isn't a grocery store job. It's a little bit different in a sense. So you're never going to know how good you can be at the job until you really, do the job, right? And you give it your all for the process. Okay. What I can also share with you is that the program that we run has been around. It's been about the same for the last like 45 years since 1981, right? Like the manual you're getting, it's basically the one that I started with in 2012. The only difference is like we have online option now for some stuff, and we didn't have that, when I started. Okay. But that's why we do so well. We don't need a specific type of personality. We have people that are extroverted, bubbly. We have people that are more introverted and reserved that do well here. There's all different types of college majors and non-students and all that kind of stuff. And it really is what you put into is what you get out of it. So give it a shot for what I call the full training. Okay, here's the full training. The first part is the initial training, and that's today, Thursday, Friday. Okay. So these 3 back-to-back days, this is not going to get you good. The only way you can get good is by actually doing it. Okay. So by the end of Friday, you're going to have all the competence and confidence that you need to get out there and do appointments your first weekend. Okay. But you can't get good until you actually like start doing the job. Does that make sense? A lot of the learning is when you actually get to like schedule your first appointments and meet with customers and all that kind of stuff as well too. Okay. Which is part 2, which is the on the job training. Okay. And that's what we consider 10 days. Okay. You're going to learn so much in your first 10 days, regardless of what your results are. It also has to do with something called your fast start. I'll come back to this, but your fast start is also your first 10 days on the job. And the fast start's really cool. And I have some cool prizes. Would you like to hear about them?
Yes.
Okay. So look, I could train you for 3 weeks. You still wouldn't be good. There's no way to be good until you actually get to do the job. So commit to the process for 12 days and your experience is going to get better as you do more appointments as well too, right? Tony's like first appointment was probably so bad. Like if we all had to watch it, we'd be like, "Oh my God," right? So this is his first one. And then by like his 5th one, he's probably like, "You know what? I got this." But if he had to watch his first one back, he'd be like, "Oh my gosh, I was so bad at that. I was so like, right?" Because he gets more comfortable, you get more fluid as you do more appointments. Okay. Now, I always like to tell people, don't be nervous. Probably 80% of people come to the job and they have a little bit of confidence and nerves kind of mixed in. Maybe you're excited, you know it's a good opportunity. You're just not sure how it's going to go for you. And I think that's exactly where you should be. Just realize that your development happens in a systematic way throughout training. The purpose of training is going to get you all the competence that you need and confidence. And the real learning starts when you get to do appointments. Okay. Now, there is 10% of you that probably you are sitting here right now freaking out and you're ultra nervous and you're like, holy crap, what am I doing here? I gotta talk to people. I forgot. Whatever it is, right? I had this girl right where Itzel's sitting. Her name is Shannon Tucker. A couple years ago, Shannon was like probably the shyest person in her training class. Like it was the 3rd day, and she like asked a question. I was like, "You speak?" She was really shy, but she just worked hard. She did 25 appointments her first 10 days. She made 21 orders. She sold $7,000. She wasn't the top person, but she did really well. And then at the end of her first summer, she got to 30%. She became an assistant manager. She was a college graduate already, so she became an assistant. And then she opened an office 6 months later. And she ran the Topeka office at a really high level for 2 years. And then that helped to land her dream job that she's at now, which is pretty cool. So if you're ultra nervous, you might need this more than anybody, right? Might get you out of your comfort zone a little bit. And then there are 10% of you that you're here and you're like, I'm just gonna just murder this thing. This is gonna be so cake, you know? And for those people, what I always say is don't miss the little things. If you're an ultra confident person, for whatever reason, maybe you did it with debate or sports, or you know, you've been in theater, or you had a brother that sold Cutco, or you know, something like that, right? Just don't miss the little things. The reason your friend or whoever it is does really well with the job is because they took good notes and they, you know, followed the process and everything. Okay. We had a guy, Luke Schrader, a few years ago, who his family owned this set. This is called our Ultimate, our complete set. So they owned this. His brother had sold a ton of Cutco. And then he had like 6 or 7 friends on the team that were just making obscene amounts of cash. And he went through training and he kind of like, you know, half-assed it, right? He like didn't try that hard. And then he was not very good on his first few appointments, and he was getting beat by people that he thought he would be better than. And it's because he wasn't following the program. And then on like his 4th one, we figured it out. He started following the program. He had his first promotion right after that, and he was off to the races. But it's very simple and it works. I'm going to show you some of that too. Speaking of people that own Cutco, raise your hand if you know somebody who owns Cutco. Okay, so we have 3, 4, and you know somebody? Oh, I couldn't see your hand. Okay. Okay, cool. So I'm gonna go over here. We'll kind of like zig around. I'm just gonna ask you a quick question on it. Try to do your best to project a little bit. Okay. So we got Gabe. Gabe, who do you know that owns Cutco?
My parents, I guess technically me too.
Sure,
Yeah,
sure.
So I own Cutco.
Cool. And do they have like pieces, Gabe, or do they have a full set? Do you know?
They have like, not the white set, but like they have, I don't know, they have like half of that.
Okay. Maybe
Like
one
a smaller one.
smaller set.
Yeah.
Okay, cool. How long have they had it? Have they had it for? Do you know?
No idea.
No idea.
It's always been there.
Okay. For your whole
My
life.
brother's a lot older than me.
Okay, cool.
He sold it a while ago.
Cool. And so I found this out right before training started. Gabe's brother used to sell Cutco, which is kind of cool. He's like a legacy child, right? It's like pass it down. Okay. Cool. And what's your family think of Cutco, Gabe? They like it, they love it. What do they say?
We love it.
Great.
Yeah.
Thanks for sharing. Who else was up here? Yeah, Caden, who do you know?
My family.
Family owns Cutco. At home, you guys have pieces or a set?
Pieces.
Pieces, cool. And do you know how long they've had them? Like 20 years, so a long time. And do you know if they've ever had them sharpened?
No.
No idea.
They're
Okay.
probably just buying new set. But they haven't.
That's okay. I was actually pausing for a different reason. But yeah, by the way, if your phone's not on silent, please put it on silent. That's a great reminder. So Hayden, here's exactly why your family doesn't need to do that. Okay, because Cutco is a forever guarantee. So they can literally send them in, they can get them all sharpened for free, and they never have to buy those pieces ever again. Now, if they ever want to upgrade, we'll show you how to do that stuff too, which is cool. What's your family think of Cutco? Cool. 20 plus years, and then we'll go over to Peyton, who owns Cutco. Family owns Cutco. And do they have pieces or a set? Pieces. And do you know how long they've had them for? No idea. Okay. What do they say? They like them, they love them. Right? And is it just your folks? Okay. Sometimes people are like, oh, my aunt, my uncle, my grandparents, all that kind of stuff. Anj?
Yeah, my stepmom owns it.
Stepmom owns it. Pieces or a set?
Yes.
She has a set. What? The big one? Cool. You actually know the name. Or I guess I said it, didn't I? So cheat code. What's she think of Cutco?
She loves it. She uses it all the time. Evan and I, her little corner of the kitchen.
Nice.
Yeah.
Do you know how long she's had it?
No, she's had it since before I knew her.
Long time. Okay. Cool. Should see if she's ever had them sharpened. Same with you guys if they've had them for a while. And then I had one more over here. Yeah, Bobby.
My parents, they've had it since we got married. It was 11 years.
Well, I didn't get for your parents. That's so cool.
Or
Nice. So is it been several years?
it's been like 21.
Okay, parents been together a while. 21 years. And ever had them sharpened? Any idea? Not sure. Cool. And pieces are a set?
This is it.
Set too. Cool. So here's what and if you're like me, I was in training and I was like, I don't know anybody that owns this stuff, right? You actually do, and here's why. Cutco, at least here in Iowa, like Marion, Iowa is a little different, but here, Cutco's in one of about every 5 or so homes. So like statistically, someone on your block, if you like live in an area with a house, right, probably owns Cutco. Okay. Now, here's what you've probably never done. Jay probably never goes to his buddies' houses and like looks on their countertop and is like, what kind of knife brand do you guys have these days? What are you guys rocking? That'd be super weird. Right? You might now, but all of you will run into somebody that has Cutco at some point. I can promise you that. My second day, I did a family friend. I had been there, I don't know, 100 times, we'll call it. What did they have on the countertop when I went over? Small set of Cutco. What'd they do? Bought more, they upgraded. And I was like, oh my gosh, Stephanie, how did you not tell me this? And she's like, oh yeah, I just kind of, I don't know, just thought it'd be cool for you to see it when you got here. And I was like, oh my gosh. Next day, I do a demo for literally my neighbor to the left of us, the Santiagos. And I get over there, they have this set. And I'm like, you guys already have this stuff. And they're like, yeah, we love it. We've had it for like, ever. And I was like, oh my gosh. And guess what happened? They bought more Cutco. Okay. People that have Cutco, they always buy more Cutco, right? Here's a cool little Facebook clip or testimonial from one of our reps a couple summers ago. His customer literally posted this on Facebook and just said, like, we want Cutco forever. Our grandparents and parents have had it since the 90s, so on and so forth. Our neighbor kid was selling it. We couldn't say no. Look at all these comments. There's 53 comments on this post. And they're like, I love mine. You won't be disappointed. If anything goes wrong, send them in and get a new one. Cutco's the best. Nothing compares. That's the one we have too. They're so beautiful. I'm jealous. Best knives ever. Blah, 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 blah. Right. And it's not even like this lady. I don't know who Steph is. She must be just like, know everybody or something. But it's not like she even asked, please post if you like Cutco. Those were just comments. Right. People love the product. That's one thing you can have a lot of confidence in is when you're new, you don't even have to be that good to sell it. You kind of do it on accident, as long as you just like, read the manual and stuff. What I could do right now is I could say, hey guys, great job today. Training's over. Grab some rope from Dylan and Tony on the way out and a petite carver. Go cut some shit with somebody tonight and don't come back tomorrow unless you make a sale. And I would see all of you back tomorrow. Like that's how good Cutco is. But what I'm not going to do in training is teach you how to sell one knife. I'm going to teach you the best value for customers and all that kind of stuff. Does that make sense? Okay, so let's rock through today's agenda. If you feel like you're getting just smoked by that, you can turn it down too. Okay. Because when the fans are on, I have to talk louder too. So here's what we're going to go through. I'm going to go through some expectations here in my opening comments. We'll go through some keys for success. We will take some short breaks throughout training. We're not going to do like a huge potluck lunch or anything like that. So if you have like food you need to eat, you have my permission to eat it whenever you need to. If you can wait till break, great. If not, that's fine. I just ask that you're not like obnoxious if it's like a bag of chips. I had this one girl a few weeks ago and she was eating and I was like, it sounded like she was eating gravel. And I was just like, I can't even concentrate right now. I was like, can you maybe wait till the break? But eat snacks if you need to. We'll take quick bathroom breaks and stuff like that. If you absolutely can't wait and you have to go during me talking, it's not kindergarten. You can go, right? Hopefully the lights turn on in the hallway at some point. It's ridiculous that it's still on the generator right now. But if you need to go, you can go. But if you can wait till breaks, great, because we have those kind of scheduled. After the first break, we're going to go through the first 50% of the presentation today. So you're going to learn the first like 5 pages. The whole thing is only like 10 or 12 pages, depending on like what they get. Okay. So we'll go through that today. You'll also see the slides. So we'll go through each page of the manual. We'll go through our company page that talks about like where we're made and how long we've been around and all that kind of stuff. We'll go through the President's Club letter, which all of you can earn a President's Club letter. It only takes $8,000 by the end of August for you to get a signed letter of recommendation from the president of the company, which is so doable. Some of you will do that in your first 10 days. Okay, but you can do it by the end of the summer. It looks great on a resume for a cover letter. Then after the company page, we'll show like the super shears. Remember that from the interview? And like we'll show the peeler. Then we'll go through the disadvantages of common knives. And that's where we kind of show what other people have in their homes. And I'll talk about them as well too. But people have like some of the stuff that people have, like especially wood knives, they're nasty. Okay. I'm gonna tell you a story real quick. Chris Matson, one of our CSPs, he bought a wooden cutting board from a customer a little while ago because he wanted to like make a sculpture out of it for his wife, like out of wood, right? And he sawed through it with his saw. Guess what was in the middle? Worms. There was literally worms living. Hold on, don't hold it in, right? Living in the middle of the cutting board. Wood is not supposed to get wet. It's so gross. So we're gonna talk about that later. That face you're making, by the way, it'd be the same face as if like Hayden was just to like throw up on the table here. I was like, hey, sorry, you guys gotta sniff it for today. It's like that face you're making. You gotta do that on your demos because your facial expression matches how you're talking. Right? If Peyton's like, oh yeah, these are really unsanitary and unsafe and unenjoyable, they're gonna be like, wait, what? Right? Does it make sense? So there's got to be a problem in sales so that there's a solution. And the problem is just that for most people, they just have average knives. And some are, not good. And for the ones that do have good stuff, that's awesome. Because Cutco, Cutco, when we go through page 4, we go through all the features and benefits of like how it's made, the handle, all that kind of stuff as well too. And then on that page, you'll get a chance to like have them cut the rope on your in-person demos, or there's a video as well too. And then page 5 is all about the forever guarantee. You guys know we have a forever guarantee? right? There's 4 parts to it. If they ever need it fixed, sharpened, or replaced, we'll do that whenever they want forever. They also have 15 business days to try out Cutco Home, make sure they love it before they decide to keep it. That sound pretty good? Guess what other brands have for a guarantee? Most have nothing. You open the box and it expires. It's like wearing a pair of shoes. Can't like wear a pair of shoes for a couple days and then be like, yeah, I'm gonna return these, and they'd be like, those are worn. Right? Can't like use knives for a lot and then like wear them down and then try to return them. Okay. So we demolish our competition, and the Forever Guarantee is so awesome. After we go through those first 5 pages, you'll get to role play with the partner. So I'm literally gonna like pair you up with a person kind of like next to you or whatever, and you're gonna practice like reading the script out loud. Okay. It's gonna be like kind of awkward at first. But this is kind of like the preseason for sports. Okay. And the better you get at just like the practice and stuff like that, and everyone's on the same level, how much better are you going to get when you're actually doing real appointments and stuff? So much better. My goal is by the time you finish training on Friday, you're not like, hey, grandma, this is a knife. You're just like a lot smoother than that because you practice it a bunch. Does that make sense? Okay. I'll show you paychecks. What's cool about the job is everyone here is in a different position, and I can show you how to make the exact amount of income that you want to make, depending on your financial situation. Some of you are here because mom was like, you literally need to get it. What I interviewed someone recently that was like, my mom said I need to get a job, otherwise, like, it's not a good situation. And I was like, sounds good. So you might do the minimum to appease mom. Okay. Others of you are here because you want to make some great cash, maybe before the next semester of school, and that's awesome. And then some of you are here and you're like, how much did you say that guy up here made earlier? And you're like, tell me exactly what to do and I'll do that. Right? I'd love to make a couple $1,000 in 10 days. Great. I can show you that. I've also trained 63 people how to sell over $10,000 in 10 days and make over $2,000 in 10 days. So you're in a great situation. Did you get the chills? Nice. Did like a little shimmy. So we'll go through paychecks, okay? We'll also go through your list, okay? So your best customers list, okay? We'll go through, we'll build that up a little bit. Your list will be way bigger by the time you leave training today than when you came in today, okay? All of you probably have an idea of some, right, that you want to kind of start with. I came into training thinking I knew 10. I came in the next day with way more than that, okay? Most of you on your list tonight will have 30, 50. Some of you might even have 100 people before you leave training tonight. So we'll do an exercise at the end as well too. Okay. And we'll talk about our target market. Our target market is married couples that are like 30 to 60. Okay. And those are our best customers to show Cutco to. The national average is 60%. We have reps in our office that close at 70, 80, some even that close at 90% on different weeks. What's not up here on like who you can show to, I'm not asking you like, do they live on this street? Okay. What else is not up there is like, how much money do they make? Doesn't matter. What else is not up there is how often do they cook? Doesn't matter. If they're in our target market, like all that stuff is kind of baked into the cake. Okay. And that's how great Cutco is. You'll accidentally sell a lot of it when you're new if you show the target market. Okay. And then the last thing is you'll have an assignment tonight to kind of like build up your list. And everything can be organized through an app. So I'll get an app downloaded at the end of today. It's really cool. It organizes your schedule. It organizes your contacts and like all this kind of stuff as well too. I had to write everything down on a piece of paper and pen when I started. The app's awesome. I'm jealous. So that's today. We're done at 6. I run training based off of success. So if we get through stuff quicker, we got a few minutes early, then great. That's really a kudos to you more than anything. But I like to run training with energy. And I think you'd appreciate that a little bit more than if I was talking like this the whole time throughout training for the next couple of days. Would you agree?
Yeah.
All right. Tomorrow we're gonna go through the last 50%. Again, we're scheduled from 11 a.m. to 6:30 tomorrow. We're gonna go through the last 50% of the pieces in the sets. We're gonna go through the rest of the presentation. We will cut up food and eat food tomorrow at the beginning of training. You guys are also gonna have a chance to meet a Cutco sales professional tomorrow. Our 6-figure plus income earners. This is did I tell you guys this is the best time to get started? This is a cool week to get started. I'm just saying. But you're gonna get a chance to meet Fonz tomorrow. That's our events coordinator. He's actually coming out from Iowa to train some top people on how to do events and shows and stuff. We'll also go through the competitive brands. Now we're gonna go through this so you can see what else people have on their countertops. Because I need you to understand why we outsell everyone. Okay. Then we'll also go through some marketing and sales skills tomorrow. I'll teach you about that because in life, you're always selling yourself, a product, or an idea or service. Would you agree? Sales skills are absolutely crucial to your future. Sales is the same thing as influence, right? Best teacher out there probably has really good influence, right? The kids do their homework on time, they work hard, right? They show up on time, so on and so forth, right? So we'll go through a lot of that tomorrow and how like what our customers spend money on and stuff like that. And then we'll learn all the sets and prices. We'll go through all the individual pieces, a la carte stuff, everything. Okay. So we'll learn all of that tomorrow. And then that list you come up with tonight, you're going to pare it down to your best prospects. Because if you start with their best prospects, who are they going to recommend you to? Their best prospects, right? And then you're headed in the right direction. Even if you just showed your top 10 customers this weekend, who are they going to recommend you to? Their top 10 people or their top 5 to 10. And then you have 50 to 100 rock star customers to go and rock with the next week as well too. So your list will just keep getting bigger. It will keep expanding as time goes on. I will teach you how to create a schedule. So I'll teach you time management so that you can get everything out of this job without sacrificing other things in your life. Some of you play sports and have scheduled workouts or family vacations or trips and stuff like that, or religious things, and that's fine, right? You got kids and whatnot. You can get everything out of this job that you want to have. Okay. That way you will be able to work this around your life and not make Cutco your life. Okay. Now, if you want to make Cutco your life for like 10 days, I'll show you how to do that and you'll make a lot of cash too. Okay. But obviously, like, regardless, your first couple weeks, you want to like kind of push the gas pedal a little bit more. Would you agree?
Yeah.
Why do you think you'd want to push the gas a little bit when you're new? Show some potential, sure. What else?
Momentum.
Set you up for success, some momentum, yeah.
Head start.
Head start, yeah, sure, absolutely, right? It's just like it's easier to get rocking when you have momentum for sure to keep cruising on it, right? Kind of like riding a bike, right? If you're going straight down a hill, like if you have momentum, it's easy to keep riding down the hill. Okay. It'd be tougher if you finish training and then 6 days later we're like, all right, here we go. Right? That'd be a lot more difficult. Most reps do their first appointments like right after training on Friday if they have the ability to. Why? Because it's like fresh on their mind. And you hear people all the time, they're like, I made my first sale my first night. And it's like, how good does that feel? Right? It's like a confidence boost, regardless of what it is, Okay, and then I'll teach you phone approach. Okay, so by the time you leave training, you'll have your schedule, so you'll know how many appointments you want to do this weekend. Okay, the average rep does somewhere in like the 15 range, something like that. Some of you might be like 10 or maybe even 8 if you have a busy schedule. This is for your first 4 days. And some of you might be like Tony, where you do like 17 to 20 your first weekend and you just have really big goals or open schedule or something like that. Okay. I'll teach you the phone approach. So that way, when you call, you don't say, "Hey, grandma, I'm selling knives. Can I come over?" Because that sounds kind of weird. You want to hear the phone approach, by the way? It's basically like this. What's your grandma's name? Or mom's name, whatever. Aunt?
My mom.
Heather. So you probably wouldn't say this to your mom, but right. So you would probably call her mom or something, but right. So it's like ring, ring, ring. Hey, Aunt Heather, how's it going? Hey, good. Hey, I just started this you got any plans this weekend? No, we're just hanging. Cool. I just started this brand new job at Cutco. I get paid to do appointments. You don't have to buy anything because I get paid just to show it. I was wondering if I could swing by on Saturday, as this weekend my goal is to do 15 appointments. Are you free at like 2 or would 4 work better for you? 4? Okay, great. Will Uncle Bill be there? Nice. Awesome. Can you write down on the calendar? Okay, I love you guys. See you then. It's really simple. Once you get the hang of it, you can make calls all the time, which is great. But we'll teach you the phone approach. Anybody scared to make is anybody terrified of the phone? It's a couple of you. I was like, I didn't want to do it at all. If I was with my friends hanging out, we were like ordering a pizza, Bobby, I was like, you got it, dude. I didn't even care. Some of you might like talking on the phone, but you'll get it down either way. And really, it's a good life skill to have, and it really helps develop your confidence as well too. Okay. If you get excited, I'll show you your fast start prizes. Okay. They're awesome. You guys you can't ask Tony. Hopefully he's smart enough to not tell you if you do ask him, but like this guy, on top of the income he made, just won so much stuff. Some of it is Cutco, some of it's not. And I don't even know, I just can't tell you anything about it, other than it's the coolest contest we have as a rep ever. And it's your first 10 days on the job. It starts 4:01 p.m. on Friday. Okay. And if you get excited, I'll show you tomorrow night. I promise. Okay. And then we're gonna schedule some appointments. So the last like hour of training tomorrow, we're gonna like schedule some appointments, and then we'll wrap up together as a team. Most of you will leave training tomorrow with like your first. I think everyone had almost 5 last week, but maybe your first 3 to 5 on the lower end. Some of you will have like 5 to 7. I think there was like 4 people last week that were tied at 8, like literally before they left training the second day. So you're gonna book up your schedule so that way this weekend you don't have to focus on the phone. You can just cruise on your demos and stuff. Does that make sense? And then whatever your goal is, you have more time. Your assignment is just like if you want to book more after training, you have the night to do that as well too. Okay. Friday we start at 5 a.m. We finish at midnight. Just making sure you're listening. Okay. So we start at 9, we go till 4. Okay. You have a little bit more time to schedule some more appointments. We'll get you on payroll. You can do your direct deposit, all that kind of stuff as well. So you don't need to bring that info, but just make sure you know what it is. I'll also remind you tomorrow night for it as well too. Same with your like social, so we can get you on payroll. Okay. We had 2 people last week that were 17 that like didn't know what their social is. And it was a disaster. I was like, you got to call your mom, dude. Like if you want to get paid, we gotta figure you out. Okay. We'll get you on that. You can set your direct deposit up. So it's just on Fridays, you get direct deposit. I'll also teach you the big sets. So we won't go through those tomorrow, but I'll teach you some of the tips on the big sets, which are pretty cool. Tony sold one of these last week as well. Ray sold one of these last week as well too. And I think Millen sold one of these last week as well too, which just really, moves the needle for your goal, which is cool. And these, oh my gosh, I don't even 25 maybe we sold last weekend of these. It was like they were going on style. It was insane. I think we had one rep. You guys will maybe meet him eventually. His name's Ethan. He sold 3 in a row. You don't even know what that means, but that's really good. Okay. So I'll show you that. I'll also go through all the gifts and accessories on Friday too. So, we have cookware, we have flatware. We also have hunting knives, barbecue knives, fishing knives, garden tools, barbecue set, stuff for baking, like all this kind of stuff. We have a bunch of stuff. We'll fit all the accessories, bless you. We also have this wellness mat I'm standing on too, which is really nice. I'll let you stand on this later. And we'll teach you business gifts as well too. On Friday, we'll also go through recommendations because I want you to get really good at that. So you always have a lot of people to show Cutco to. Dylan, your first like couple weeks, how many do you think you averaged? Would you guess?
Average what?
For recommendations?
When I was new,
Yeah, like 5 or something.
Yeah, I was like 5 sometimes.
And after you got the hang of things, how many do you average now, would you say, when you do demos?
Well over 10.
Well over 10. Think about if you were adding 10 every demo, right? You'd add 100 people if you did 10 in a week. If you did 20 in a week, like Josie, you'd add 200 people to your list every week. So that's how you get to the point where like you have as many people to contact that you want to, and you can be selective with them as well too. So I'll teach you that. I'll also teach you your team builder program. Let's call it our advertising bonus program. Who was recommended by a friend, by the way? Okay, a handful of you were as well. And then you technically, right, yeah. So I'll show you. You actually, I got to look it up, see how she was scheduled, but you might be able to actually have a prize from Eddie from you recommending her, which is kind of cool. So we have some cool contests and bonuses for that. We love working with our top people, and you'll have a chance to win some Cutco during that section as well too. So some of you will actually leave training on Friday with Cutco that you own, and I have a cool contest as well too. Okay. And then last couple things on Friday, I'll teach you how to place orders, okay, through our app, which is really simple. We'll do a complete practice, so you'll get to go through the whole like kind of review with us on Friday. And then if you are are a great communicator, you will receive a sample kit. We had one person last week, didn't get a sample kit. One person 2 weeks ago, didn't get a sample kit because I couldn't trust them with communication. Doesn't mean we're like, we don't want you, but we were like, you don't get a kit. Okay. But my anticipation is that 100% of you get a sample kit on Friday. Okay. And how much does it cost again? Yeah, it's $469 technically. How much does it cost you? Zero. So it doesn't cost you at all anything at all. You can keep it on loan for the whole summer if you want to. If you ever want to buy it, you can buy it for $120 if you ever want to. My advice is once you make a few good paychecks, do that so you don't have to worry about checking it in ever. But you can keep it on loan for as long as you want. It's totally up to you. Okay. And then many of you will be able to do your first appointments and ready to rock and roll right after training. So that's what we got. How do we feel? We ready to rock? It's not very good. Okay. You guys don't want to see the prizes, apparently. Okay.
Since night.
All right. We'll watch that later. Let me give you a couple quick tips for training here. First tip that I have for you, get this thing out of here, is focus. Make sure your phone's on silent. I wouldn't be talking about it if it wasn't important. Okay. If training could be shorter, I would make training shorter. Cause I'm not getting paid to stand here and talk right now, right? I don't have an hourly job. I don't have a salary. Okay. I only make money when our team does well. Right. So if we sold 0 in a week, guess how much money I would make? 0. Negative actually, because I have to pay for the office and all, pay these guys and he's expensive and all that. Okay. Don't worry about me, by the way. We're going to do 1.5 million this year. So I'm good. All right. So don't worry about me, but I'm just sharing with you, I wouldn't spend the time on something if it wasn't worth it. Right. A lot of the stuff on the PowerPoints is good to get in your notes too, as we go through stuff. Okay. And same thing for you. If you're going to be here and really be here, give it your best, take good notes and all that. Cause you're not getting paid to sit here as well either. Right. You get paid right after training for your first appointments, but I want you to be ready to launch into success. Okay. Next thing is leave your problems at the door. Okay. Everyone's got stuff going on in their life. I get it. Do your best, put your problems at the door. Nothing we can do now, right? We're just going to focus and be our best versions while we're in training. You can pick up your baggage when you leave. No one's going to steal it from you. I promise. Okay. Next thing is have some fun and professional fun. I love running training. I'll crack some jokes. You'll get to know my personality as we continue as well too. But I like to have fun, right? I think my job's fun. I think this job's fun. And but at the same time, you got to also treat yourself like a CEO because you are essentially. Right. So how would you act? How would you show up and all that? I appreciate all of you that dress nice for training as I just think if I was wearing a sweatshirt and sweatpants and flip-flops, you probably would maybe treat me a little bit differently. Would you agree? Right. And so I just think how you dress and how you act, really matters how you show up too. On your demos, you don't need to wear a suit if you don't want to, although I think Daniel does on all his demos. But I always wanted to dress nice, especially if it was people I saw regularly and I was normally wearing a t-shirt, I'd wear a polo instead, right? Or something like that. Okay. One of my last tips is to get good sleep. I want to put this into perspective for you. Make sure you get enough sleep. Okay. What if the amount of energy you put in the next 3 days can put you on a path towards financial success and security for the next 3 to 5+ years? What if you never had to worry about money again from the effort you put into training? So I'm not saying that is going to happen to you, but what I am saying is you're getting the exact same training that other people have had that happen to for them. So again, I can't promise that, but what I can tell you is that I'm a product of this business and I was able to put myself in a position to finish school debt-free through selling Cutco and being a manager. And of course, many of our top people and alumni and so on and so forth have had the opportunity to do the exact same thing as well too. We have current reps and managers that work here and some do other things. Like Carly Douglas, she works on Wall Street. She went to Blue Valley North. She works at BlackRock. Has anyone heard of BlackRock? Cool. It's the world's largest asset manager. They manage trillions of dollars. I'll tell her story a little bit later. But she got the experience. She went through the training just like all of you are, right? And so what I can tell you is that you definitely, if you get off to a good start and hit your first promotion or two in your first 10 days, is that going to boost your confidence more? Absolutely. And then you're on track towards getting to 30%. When you get to 30%, you really don't need another source of income. And when you get to 50%, you're finishing school debt free, or you're saving a bunch of cash, or whatever your situation is, because financially, you're there. And I started this job when I was 19, and I haven't really worried about money much since I was 19, just because I worked hard. I've been a sponge of the business. I always try to learn and get better each day, and from other people as well too that are beating me. So, do the next 3 days matter? Yeah. So put your energy and your effort towards it. Your assignments you get, like Dylan was sharing with you, it's just going to correlate to your success your first couple weeks on the job. Okay. My last tip is just to work hard. Work hard inside, but also outside of training. What you do inside in training doesn't impress me as much as what you do outside of training. And when I say work hard, I do want to clarify what I mean by that. I don't mean work every second of every day. I'm not saying that at all. Okay. We have some reps on our team that work really hard and they do 5 appointments every day. And they have big goals. We have some reps on our team that work really hard and they do 3 every day, which is kind of average. And then we have some reps that work really hard and they do like 1 or even 2 every day that have like an incredible amount of stuff going on in their life. Okay. But I just ask that they do their best on the appointments. The reason you're here, we need everybody on our team, right? You're brought on because we're excited about you. Yeah. But we need everybody. I need, like, I'm gonna give you a baseball analogy, right? We need people that can like walk. We need people that can hit home runs and triples, and we need people that can hit singles and even bunt, right? And all that kind of stuff. We need the full team that we're excited to work with as well too. So, your first weekend, you're going to get a paycheck, and how hard you work on your assignments is directly going to impact like how big your paycheck is. Okay. You all know you make the base pay no matter what, right? But just like how big it is just how many appointments that you do usually, right? The reason I knew Tony would be the top rep in his training class is he booked the most appointments and did the most appointments in his training class. Last week, guess what? The number 1 rep was Ethan. Ethan did the most appointments. It's just like that's how it's gonna go. So if Peyton does, 17 appointments, and who else can I pick on over here? Let me pick on Gabe. And Gabe does 6 appointments. Who do you think's gonna sell more Cutco and make more cash? Peyton, obviously. She's doing way more, right? So it's less to do with that. And all of you will have different incomes because you're all going to do a different amount of appointments. It's not a judgment, it's just like, that's just kind of how it goes, right? It's probably not that she's that much better than, someone else. It's just the number of appointments that somebody does. So that's what we always focus on. Okay. Did you guys know this is the best time to get started? So check this out. Traditionally, this is one of, we'll see how you do against last year, but traditionally it's one of the best training classes we have every single year. I think we have some really sharp people in here. No pun intended. But I do want to show you like what some options or areas to grow in are. Okay. One thing that you can have a lot of confidence in is we are growing and our company is growing, right? This is a weird kind of time as a with the economy and the market and like all that kind of stuff, right? And so there's a lot of companies out there that they're not even releasing like what their year-end projections are for Q3 and Q4. Why? Because they have no idea what's going to happen with their business. And that's kind of scary. And I'm glad that I have complete job security here. Right? During COVID, we blew up. People were eating at home more. When they're not, same thing, right? We've been doing 300 million plus the last handful of years. So our company is growing, the economy and stuff, it doesn't impact our sales at all, right? There will be less jobs probably this summer than there normally are, especially for, student age people. Because if a company doesn't know how things are going, then, they're certainly not going to bring on extra expenses, so to speak, right? But what I can tell you is people are always going to be doing what? Eating food, cooking, yeah. And you know what they're going to need? Nyree, tell us, what are they going to need? They're going to need knives, okay? We're recession proof. And I love that, okay? So you can have a lot of confidence in that. Here's our Cutco sales professionals. I'm just going to briefly go through them just so you can put a face to a name. They're so good. I don't do anything to like teach them how to sell more. I just buy them like cool meals and do contests with them and take them like golfing or buy them a trip and stuff like that. Okay. So Jerry, you guys, I think you're gonna meet Jerry. I'm not 100%, bless you, but you might meet Jerry tomorrow. She's literally sold herself 5.4 million. Bless you. 2's the limit. 5.4 million. Just kidding. She grew up here. She went to Mo State. She's from the area. She's just sold Cutco ever since college. Okay. She's awesome. You guys will love her. Blaine is out in Wichita. He does a lot of business gifting, and he sells a lot of Cutco to realtors too. Cutco is the #1 gift given to realtors in America as well. Okay, he's really great. He sold a lot of Cutco in college and just continued to do it after school. Oops. Then you got Fonz. Fonz is a part-time model. He's been in like some commercials and stuff like that. So that's why he's got like this professional photo. But Fonz has sold over $3 million worth of Cutco. He's got a cool story. After he finished school, he only sold like 10, I don't know, maybe he hit 30%, but he wasn't like this, rock star person in college. But after college, he got a job as an electrician. He was making like 60 grand a year. And he did that for a year. The next year, he was like, I want to make more money. So he's like, can I come back? And, his manager was like, sure. So he just did appointments on the weekends. And like, he was at the booth and stuff like that. Fonz that year sold like 120 or 140 grand or something like that. So he actually made more, 50%, right, at his part-time job on the weekends than at his full-time job Monday to Friday. So what did he do the next year? Quit his full-time job, and he did Cutco full-time, and he's been doing 400,000 plus the last handful of years, making 200,000 plus. So he's got a cool story. Chris Matson started the job when he was in his like mid or later 30s. He was a car mechanic for like 15 or 20 years, and just wanted to change a pace. And now Chris is a Cutco sales professional. All these people have won the Rolex watch as well that the company has. Chris teaches a lot of our top people how to sharpen Cutco as well, but he lives out in the Omaha area. And he actually went through leadership when I was going through leadership in like 2015, 16, 17. So Chris went through management training and all that, and then eventually just decided to do his own thing. And then we have Bryant, who sold a lot of Cutco. He lives out in Montana. You'll probably never meet Bryant. Okay, but he's from the like Springfield area. And, occasionally he's in Kansas City, but that's that. Cool. So those are our Cutco sales professionals. Did you guys know this is the best time to get started? Did you know that it's growth week? Did you know it's growth week? I love it. All right, let me give you a couple of things. So we are looking for opportunities, by the way. Once someone hits $15,000 in sales, okay, whether it takes you, well, it took him 10 days. That's not normal, by the way, but like it could take you all summer or whatever. But if and when you get to 15K, it opens up some opportunities for our events team where you can do events at booths, right? Where Cutco is literally like set up like this. There'd be a bunch of other stuff and different products and whatnot, and people can come up and buy more Cutco, or they can buy Cutco for the first time. We're at the state fairs, home and garden shows, lawn shows, car shows, all that kind of stuff. Basically, anywhere there's like 1,000 people, there's probably a Cutco booth there as well too. Okay. You also at 15,000 could learn how to do service calls, which is sharpening people's Cutco. So that way, if you go to someone's house, they have Cutco, you can actually sharpen it while you're there. You just have to be professionally trained on that, which is cool. And then Sule, we are the #1 gift given to realtors. So you can learn that also when you get above 15,000 plus in sales. And then what's cool is that business gifts anyone can do. So even right out of training, you could have a business gift your first weekend or your first week on the job as well too. Okay. So those are some opportunities. I'm going to give you 3 quick keys to success here. Okay. The first one that I have is positive attitude. I only like to work with positive people because you're going to have good days and you're going to have bad days on the job. Okay. And as long as you have 2 good days a week, you'll be a top rep on the team. Can't expect every day to be a great day. And a lot of times your best days come after your worst days. I remember Ray on our team, she had a low day on Sunday, like had a small order or 2. And then the next day she went boom, boom, her biggest 2 orders, and she sold 2,300 that day. Millen on our team, her first weekend on Monday coming to advanced training, she was at 1 sale. She didn't do a lot, but like she was only at 1 order. And leaving advanced training, she had her 2 biggest orders, and by the end of the day, she was at $3,300 in sales. So our top reps, a lot of it's just how they react to the tougher days, and I think that's what the difference is between a good and a great rep. Now, when I say bad day, what I mean by that is like they just didn't sell as many knives as they were hoping. It's not like anything actually bad happened. They only made the base pay, right? I have a friend that's a neurosurgeon that like when he has a bad day, people literally like die. Right? It's kind of one of those things where like I'm being serious, but it's also like, holy shit, he said that. Yeah. You just, oh no, you didn't sell as many knives, right? You only made the base plate. They have to use crappy knives for the rest of their life. They're gonna be okay. You're gonna be okay too. All right. So step two, or thing number two, is strong work ethic. It's just performance versus results. That's all I care about. You can't control your results all the time, but you can control your performance and the activities. And if you work hard, we'll appreciate you regardless of, how good you're doing right away. You're going to be tough on yourself as an achiever already. We don't need to pile anything onto you. Okay. But as long as you worked hard, you should feel good of your, results as well too. And just remember, Cutco's easy. We judge reps on attitude and results. Okay. And work ethic. With every week, your experience is going to keep getting better, and you're going to keep getting better every demo. So it's like repetition helps, and then of course like passion for the product helps as you develop that over time too, right? Do you think that the Cutco sales professionals are like, look at this knife, or are they like, check this knife out? Here's the 6 things I use it for, and you're gonna love it. And here's 10 customers. Like, yeah, they love the stuff, right? So they have a little bit more passion for it. And then the last thing is just follow the program. What you put into it is what you get out of it, right? Have you ever had a job before where you worked harder than the person next to you and you always made the same or less? Stinks, right? Vector is the complete opposite. It's a mirror. It's a reflection of you. So if you have a good paycheck, thank yourself. If you have a low paycheck, you can also thank yourself, right? But the job isn't hard. Okay. It's not like it's not like we're doing what Tony did on Monday and like moving pianos for people. It's like it's not hard physically work, but it does still require you to work hard. Does that make sense? Like you are kind of hanging out with like moms and stuff, like in their air conditioning in the summer, drinking like lemonade or tea or maybe a coffee, and you're like cutting up food and eating like snacking and eating cheese and like crackers with them. Like it's not like that hard in that sense. Okay. It's just the work ethic part of it. Okay. So attitude and work ethic. By the way, I used to eat so many sandwiches when I was a college kid. Yeah, when I got a bunch of Cutco from this contest called Your Fast Start, we were cutting up everything. Like I was on an appointment, we do a tomato, and then I was like, oh cool, you have a block of cheese? Great, let's grab that thing. Let me show you this. I'd use the cheese knife, right? And then all of a sudden I'd be like, oh, it's weird. Do you have some bread over there? Oh, okay, cool. Yeah, and that summer sausage, grab that too. And then I was like, oh my gosh, we have sandwiches. You have lettuce too? And by the end of it, I was like, we have sandwiches. And she's like, oh, do you want one? And I was like, yes. As you know, I'm a college student. I'm working really hard. And yeah, that'd be great. I haven't ate lunch yet. I eat like 5 sandwiches a day. Being a rep was awesome. I was like full going home. Okay. All right. Support system. Jot these first 4 down at least, please. We're 100% committed to you because we're not successful unless you are. We are in your corner. Okay, everything that I teach you, it directly affects your commissions and mine. Okay, so we really make ourselves available with this thing called PDI. PDI stands for personal daily interaction. We make ourselves available for you. So that way you can check in, get tips and stuff like that. We have our reps call us in the morning. They can also come to the office in the morning. We'll talk about that later as an option. Or they can just call us on the phone to let us know, like, hey, I have 4 appointments today and tomorrow I have 2 or whatever it is. Okay. They can also call us like after their appointments or on them if they need deals. Right. Dylan, how many deals do you think you closed last weekend on the phone?
Probably like at least
Okay.
more than 10.
Lots of deals. Okay. Because when you're new, you might be like, hey, do I give this for free or can I do this on this one? And we'll like help you do that. Sometimes we even talk to your customer for you, which is pretty cool. So we have PDI, which is personal daily interaction. So we're going to talk to you a lot more, especially when you're brand new. Okay. As you get higher in sales, more experience, we'll kind of wean you off a little bit more. I'll talk more about PDI on Friday. Each of you will get a PC. Usually once a week, we try to get you a PC where you get like kind of a one-on-one coaching with the manager where we can help you with your schedule and your goals so we're on the same page. Because I need to know if like Izzy's goal is, 10,000 or like 3,000, because the way we coach him is going to be way different. Does that make sense? So that helps us be on the same page with you as well too. Okay. And after you get some of these results, do you think you're going to keep getting a little bit more motivated? a little bit more motivated, right? Your first couple weeks, you're going to become naturally self-motivated. I'll give you an example. Do you think I need to tell Tony, hey, dude, make sure you make some calls this week and schedule some demos? Hell no. He made $3,500 his first 10 days. Dude, was all before training. I asked him, hey, can you come in at noon to help create the training class? He was in here way before and he was just busting calls and just scheduling more demos. And I didn't even have to talk to him, right? Because he's self-motivated because he's at 30%. Does that make sense? Team meeting. We have a team meeting once a week. It's on Wednesday nights. No, you can't come tonight, but you can come to your first one next week. Okay. And I'll give you a schedule with all this stuff in it, but we have our team meeting once a week. It's where we do a lot of recognition. Tonight, some of these paychecks, we have so many paychecks that we're going to be giving out to people for fun and pictures. And, you know, we might even throw some other ones away and put new ones on the walls and stuff like that. But I make people stand up. I make them feel good. I recognize them in front of everyone on the team. We clap for them. It's like an award ceremony. We also compete with other offices. We want you to learn something. You have a chance to schedule your next couple days up of appointments as well. And then afterwards, we'll do something fun as well too. Or we want to do a team bonding thing. So my rule is you got to come to your first 2 team night outs. It's where we go like, you know, bowling, or we'll hang out at the office, or we might go to like Fuzzy's Tacos or something like that. And so I'm gonna give you a chance to network with people that are great. And we also just want you to, you know, have fun and meet other people too. Okay. And if after 2 weeks you hate your team, it's fine. You don't have to come to the next team night out. Okay. But you think everybody comes to team night out? They're pretty cool. All right. And sometimes we do themes and stuff for the team meetings. Like next week, well, I shouldn't probably tell you that. We have a theme next week, and it's gonna have to do with like where we're at with sales, right? So sometimes people here, I'll give you an example of one that's not next week. Okay. So sometimes we'll all wear like green because it's money making season. Did you guys know it's money making season?
Yeah.
Or in a couple weeks, our plan is to wear black because it's gonna be XYZ's funeral. Different office.
Oh.
So it's gonna be like the Omaha's office funeral because we just, you know, we buried them in sales. You guys catch my drift? All right, all right. Some of you guys are taking me literally. I'm like, no. Yeah, we just like to have fun and do stuff like that. Okay. So that's the team meeting. And then you're gonna have advanced training on Monday. Oh my gosh. Did I tell you guys you're starting at a good time? Actually, I'm not gonna tell you all the details, but what I will tell you is on Monday, we have something called a division meeting. And we're going to be joining we're going to be joining a conference with, oh gosh, maybe 40 other offices. This will be an invite thing. I'll talk more about it later. But we have a chance to join a conference with 40 other offices on Monday, which will kind of be the same thing as your advanced training. And you're going to lose your marbles when you like after you've done some demos and you get to learn some of the stuff that is at the team meeting. It's going to be really cool. I'll give you one thing. There's this guy named Ben Cooper that graduated college debt free and also was making 6 figures as a college student that's going to be speaking at that conference. It's going to be a good one. Okay. So that's Monday. I'll get you all the times and details later. It's only a couple hours, by the way. It's not like a regular training. Okay. Other things we have as options for our team is field training. That's where you get to go on someone else's appointment and just kind of like sit in and see what they're doing. Okay. So we'll have some of our top people do field training. Our next conference is called SC1. Okay. SC1. It stands for Summer Conference 1. And it's this right here. It's June 17th. Okay. It's an invite only event, but put it in your notes for sure. If you get off to a good start this weekend, some of you might get an invite even this weekend or by Monday or something like that potentially. But we are in a push period with our office too. And we're like on the second day of this push period. We have a 14-day push, which for you all, it's kind of like in your fast start. So I don't know if you ever double dip with like an ice cream cone before. You know what I'm talking about?
No.
Yeah, double dipping or whatever. That's kind of what you get to do because your fast start is pretty much in the middle of the SC1 push. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
Okay. So that's our next conference. And then and you all know this, but you have advancement opportunities as well too. We're looking to bring on 2 more assistant managers. Outside of that, the only other thing is Champs Club that we have in the office every morning available, where reps can come in and just schedule more appointments and learn a lesson. It's optional, but if somebody decides they're going for a big goal, it makes a little bit more sense for them to go for it. Or they can just give us a call from their bed. Either way. Okay. So that's what we have for you. Here's some keys to selling Cutco. Okay, can I share the 4 keys with you? They're really simple. Number 1 is follow the manual. The manual is perfect. Okay, the top division managers and Cutco sales professionals made the manual. Okay, I didn't make the manual. Okay, but it was developed by the best. So guess who you would sound like if you read it? The best, right? Eye contact, this is a misconception with sales. That's only needed if you have a crummy product. If you have a crappy product or service, you need a bunch of eye contact because you want to, you want to like be the person that they're, paying attention to and not the product. Here, we already have the best product in the world. Cutco's number 1 sold in the world. In fact, we're 5 times bigger than the number 2 brand. And we're only sold in America. North America, excuse me. Yeah,
So number 2 brand.
we'll talk about them tomorrow. It's called Gustav. Gustav, it's German. Yep. So they're sold internationally. We're sold in North America and we're 5 times bigger than them. How cool is that? Okay. So reading the manual. That's like, look, most jobs, there is something that someone's reading off of for a script. Okay. If someone's a Taco Bell employee at the drive-through, they learned the drive-through script on how to talk to the customer, right? When I worked at Hy-Vee drugstore, same thing. I learned how to talk to customers through reading a script. I booked a reservation the other day for dinner for a surprise birthday for my wife. And the place I called, I could tell that she was reading off of a script because she was like, hold on 1 second. And I was like, okay. And then she's like, okay, yep. So for a party that big, I will need to get manager approval. Unfortunately, they're not here right now, and we will shoot you a text tomorrow. Can I have your phone number? And I was like, yes, you can. Here it is, right? And like, they read off a script. ESPN reporters read off a script. News, people do. Like, it's pretty normal for something like that. Now, when you're new, you're going to sound a little bit more robotic because you're just reading it for the first time. But as you do more, you'll feel like your presentations feel a little bit more like a conversation than like a presentation. But in training, we're just going to focus on reading it and practicing the words. Okay. Second tip is to cut food. Okay. Cut food on your demos. Cut food and play videos. Okay. And you'll learn all this today and tomorrow. Cut food and play videos. All right. If you cut food, it's like instant, difference for customers. Okay. Think about our target market. If someone's like 50, how long have they been cooking for? Yeah, like 20, 30 years or whatever, right? So if they've been cooking for 20, 30 years with what they have, and then they use Cutco, do you think there's gonna be a pretty big difference? Do you think it makes it pretty easy for them to have interest in Cutco? Yeah, absolutely. That's why we close on most of our appointments, right? Third thing is to have fun, okay? The more fun that you have, the more you're gonna sell. It's just how it goes, right? If you're fun and you're yourself and you're smiling and all that, guess who else is gonna have fun? Yeah. And then my last tip for you is just to show the target market. The target market stands for homeowner married over 30. That's what the HN30 stands for. I'll talk more about that tomorrow, but it's kind of like middle-aged, married couples. How about a couple office rules? I want to keep it really simple and really brief. But I got to go through them either way. Okay, so the first thing for office rules is please be on time. My suggestion is to come 15 minutes early, just in case something happens with traffic or there's an accident or crazy weather or whatever it is. Okay, so please be 15 minutes early. So tomorrow we start at 11. So like come at 10:45. So you're ready to rock and roll. And if you're here at 11, we could start on time. We started a little bit late today because we had a few people, that were late today. Okay. And, that's not, it's not fair to everyone else. Not that I would wait for late people, but, if next week or if tomorrow someone's late, we're going to give them the death stare. right? That means they walk in. This happened on Friday last week. Someone walked in like 8 minutes late to training. We all were just like all the way to their seat. And then they were looking down and I was like, just kept looking at them until they looked up at me. And I was like, hi. Okay. Second thing is just dress nice, right? Be properly dressed. Jot down any questions. I promise you, I will cover everything in training. Okay. 99% of the time when someone's like, oh, can I ask a question? And I'm like, sure, go ahead. They're like, what about this? And I'm like, I'm gonna get there in literally 3 minutes. I promise I'll cover it. If you're dying to ask one, just jot it down. You know, you could, I guess, ask us on a break, but I like to also take a break, you know. Bathroom breaks, we talked about that. Just go if you got to go. And then we are in a professional building. We have a lawyer next to us. There's doctors. There's financial people across the hall. What do you think they think of most young people?
Wow.
Yeah, they're loud. They're smelly. They smoke stuff, right? All that. So just prove them wrong. Okay. We haven't had any issues with anybody on our team this summer. So what I mean by when you take a break is don't huddle in the hallway because who can hear when you're in the hallway? Everybody, right? So you can hang in here. You can obviously go to the bathroom and stuff like that. There are stairs out here if you need air or whatever, but just don't make a big commotion that oh that office is on break. Okay. So those are my quick things. And if you are late, make sure you bring me a coffee or something like that or a sandwich, okay? All right, can I give you three? Just kidding. Unless you are actually late, then you better. 3 growth objectives, and then I'm going to share my story and then we'll take a break, okay? Here's my 3 growth objectives for you. Number 1 is I want you to experience personal growth. I don't really care how much I care how much you sell as much as you do, but the company surely doesn't. Don't take this the wrong way, but if like Aiden even sells, let's say Aiden sells 10 grand this next week or whatever, is the president of the company gonna shoot him a text and be like, oh my God, you did 4.2 million last week. He didn't even know who Aiden is. Now I do, right? And maybe eventually, right, our region manager would. He knows who Dylan is, our region manager, right? Does that make sense? So like I just care that you're having progress and you're hitting goals, right? You're making progress with stuff. I think that's the most important thing with with personal growth. Okay. A lot of it is just like what are the lessons you learned in the process? And then Noah, financially, I just care that you're making good cash. Everyone showed up here today because you want to make money, right? So I can't tell you how much you're gonna make. What I can tell you is everyone's in different spots. Some of you are here because you just want to make like 100, 200 bucks a week, and that's awesome. You're gonna do 5 to 10 demos a week. You can't make worse than that with the base pay, right? And some of you are here because you want to make 300 to 500 bucks a week, and that's great. And some of you are here because you're thinking really big, and you want to make a couple $1,000 in your first 10 days, and that's great too. I'm gonna be able to show you all those things, but I have to coach everyone together, and then individually you'll make your own goals. Does that make sense to everybody? It's the other thing. The other thing I love about financial stuff is it helps you hit your goals. Right? I don't think money is everything by any means, but it certainly helps you have the means towards hitting some of your goals. Right? I think that's certainly true. Financially, I want to make sure that you're making good money and you're excited about what you're making. At my other job, my manager never checked in on me and was like, "Hey, how are you liking your paychecks? Do you want to make more this week?" Like it wasn't possible at my grocery store job, right? But some of you just want to make 2,000 bucks a summer, and we'll show you a path to that. Some of you want to make 5,000 bucks a summer. I can show you a path for that, right? And I bet we'll have a handful of people on our team that make 10,000 plus this summer, like literally as a brand new rep. Okay, and that's going to put you in a great position to be able to have awesome opportunities over winter break and even next summer, or if you're not in school, even quicker, right? We have people in our office that make all of these levels. Okay. Last thing is I want you to have professional growth. Okay. Even regardless of what you made, if you have a great experience and you just develop your confidence and communication skills, do you think that that's going to be important? Yeah, absolutely. Right. That's something you're going to take with you long before you work here, regardless of how long you work here. Communication skills and confidence is super important, right? And this job is a little bit different, right? Some of you were in high school last year, right? In high school, you had to go to school from like 8 to 3 or whatever, right? Because if you didn't show up, what would happen? What's it called? Truancy. Or they like call your mom or whatever. They're like, "Where's your kid?" Right? If you do that in college, for those of you that are in college, like they're not calling your mom. They're like, "Who cares?" They're spending thousands of dollars to not show up. Right? This is a little bit more like college. I'm not ever gonna make you do something, but I'm gonna show you how to do everything. Does that make sense? Okay. I want to give you all the tools to be successful here. Okay. Resume is the last thing on this. I'm going to show you some LinkedIn profiles here in a second on some people. The last thing is I want you to have a better resume from working here. You get to put training completion on your resume as well too. So by the time you finish training, you can put that on your resume, which looks great. We're also college accredited training seminar. What that means is there's like 9 different colleges that teach this in the classroom for students. And then they go out and sell Cutco as like an internship. Okay. They don't make money though. Okay. Resume. Let me give you an example. Let's say someone works at a grocery store. Okay. So this was me. This was my resume before Cutco. It was grocery store, and then like the high school I went to, my high school GPA, and then like my college GPA up to that point, right? And that was pretty much it. I mowed lawns, or I ran my own lawn mowing business, right? I like mowed like 5 neighbors' lawns, right? That's what I called it. Okay. Or there's this person, okay? Um, first summer, met with 50 plus different clients, developed a client list of over 200 plus contacts that I've been personally recommended to, hit 5 promotions, got onto key staff, which is the top representatives in the office, most likely for leadership and management promotions, earned a president's club letter from a multi-billion-dollar marketing firm that is on the front of this resume, got into a management training program, spoken, attended professional business conferences. Which resume do you think sounds a little better? The second one, right? So I'm not saying that was me. I guess some of that was what I did, but I'm just sharing with you like that's the difference just between a good rep on our team and maybe somebody who doesn't have the opportunity to work here. So let me walk you through a few people in our company. Some of these people work here currently, and some are alumni. Okay, but one thing they all have in common is Vector and Cutco. Okay, so Alex Funk, his first year on the job, he sold $160,000 worth of Cutco. He was in the top 1% of sales reps in the country. He sold 20,000 in his first 10 days, by the way. It was pretty cool. He made $5,000. I met him in Jamaica or Cabo, one of those two. Then the next year, he was an assistant manager. Then he was a branch manager. So in between a year of school, he ran a branch office. Then he was a pilot running the headquarters. And then he's been a district manager for over 3 years. He also, during COVID, ran a marathon on a treadmill and had people zoom in to watch him because he didn't want to cancel his race that he set out for himself towards his goals. He's written a book so far and he runs 2 other companies. And he's like 23 or 4. Does that sound pretty cool? Yeah, he runs the St. Paul office right now. He'll actually be on this meeting. Then we have like Weston Porter. Weston's from Columbia, Missouri, right? He went to Mizzou. Who's my Mizzou people? MIZ? Okay. Thank you. I didn't go there, but I know the thing. But he was an assistant manager his second summer, and then Weston ran 2 branch offices in college, one in Jeff City and then one in Columbia, and they produced over 6 figures in business in a 3-month period in the summertime. And then he put a backpack on and walked around like nothing happened, like other students. How good do you think that looks like on a resume? Really good. He's gotten every job he's applied for ever. In fact, a lot of times people are reaching out because they want you to work there. I get LinkedIn things all the time. They're like, "Are you looking for work? Here's this opportunity." I'm like, "No, thank you." Okay. But he worked at an insurance firm, opened his own business, and then he's the head of sales right now at this drink beverage company called Lilo. Okay. We've also got Carly Douglas. Where's my thing? Here it is. So there's a bunch of testimonials in here, by the way, that you can flip through now or on the break while I'm talking or whatever. Do you mind wiping this off a little bit? I don't know. Yeah, somebody like did a food cutting on or something like that. But there's a bunch of cool ones in here. The first one is like the CEO of Uber, worked at Cutco, wrote an article on how great it was for him building his business. One from Jeremy Hill and several others. Carly's testimonial, thanks Dylan, is also in there too. Okay. But here's the cliff notes. She went to Blue Valley North High School. She worked at Vector for 3 years out of this headquarters. She was a representative and then she ran a branch office in college. After she ran a branch office, she got an offer to internship. This is her thing in there at BlackRock. And they interviewed, I'm going to summarize it, but they interviewed 15,000 people or applications, sorry, and 100 were hired. And she that summer was making $40 an hour plus $60 an hour when she worked overtime. They also paid for her to work in or live in an apartment in New York City. The company BlackRock works with some of the most wealthy individuals in the country. She'll be working with some of the most successful American companies, and meeting with everyone from Bill Gates to Mark Zuckerberg, and there's a bunch of cool stuff in there as well too. Okay. So that's Carly Douglas, and then she also got her MBA while working there as well too, and currently still works there, which is pretty sweet. So that's on Wall Street. Okay. Then there's also Hal Elrod. Okay, Hal Elrod is like a motivational speaker, and he wrote the book Miracle Morning. Can't believe it was 20 years ago, but really great book. It's just about how to get yourself going in the morning. And his only work experience before creating all these businesses is selling Cutco for 7.5 years. That's a cool one. If you want to check out the book, you can. I should probably like get his phone number and be like, hey, if you're selling a lot right now, it's because me. Andrew Bosworth is the VP at this company called Facebook or Meta. Ever heard of that before? Being sarcastic, right? So he went to Harvard and he worked at Vector for about 1.5 years while he was a college student. And then he worked at Microsoft for a year. Then he was the VP at Facebook, and now he's the CTO right now at Meta. And he's has a net worth of 141 million. Where do you learn a lot of those skills? From selling Cutco and running a business. Okay. Pretty cool. All right, I'm gonna wrap up this section with. Thanks, Dylan. You just pass it, whatever. You can take your time on it. We have all day if you want to read through whatever you want. Okay. I'm gonna do this. I'm gonna pull this over here. Okay. So I want to wrap up this section with just kind of talking about kind of how I got started with the job, my first few days, just to give you some perspective, and then we'll take a quick break. Okay. So first thing is you heard kind of how I met with my mom and then came to training, right? That's kind of all I've shared with you so far. Well, what I remember is in training the first day, I took a bunch of notes and then I worked really hard on my names list because I wanted to have a bunch of people on my list so I could be selective with, who I wanted to start with, right? I probably spent a couple hours, but also this is 2012. So like we didn't have an app, there wasn't like all that, couldn't just transfer stuff to another thing. I was doing it all on paper. So I was like looking through my old sports rosters, my, what do you call it? Your high school, class page and all that. And then I got my grad party list and, I was kind of piecing everything else together, right? I asked my sisters for a couple of their friends' parents and all that. And people that I wouldn't show Cutco to, I even wrote on the list because I was like, whatever. Worst thing that happens is they just sit there, So I came into the second day. I remember cutting up a bunch of food, and then I got to scheduling appointments towards the end of the day. Today, you're going to understand the concept of like, oh, people buy Cutco. That makes sense, right? He's got all this stuff. We have all this, there's all this stuff going on. People buy it. I'm assuming you kind of get that. At the end of tomorrow, you're going to kind of get why people would buy from you. Because we're going to get more into like why people and how they spend money and stuff. And so by the end of the second day, I was actually starting to believe like, hey, I think some people might buy from me. I'm not sure how much, but I think some people might buy. And so showing up the third day to training, I was pretty much ready to rock and roll. I was excited. I had 12 appointments that I booked up for my first weekend. Now I finished training on a Saturday, and then I went right from training to my other job at the grocery store. So I didn't do my first ones until Sunday for me. a lot of you will be able to do your first ones like right after training Friday. Okay. So my first day I did 4. My first one, who do you think would be a good one for your first one? That was a lot of different answers. Yeah, parents, neighbors, uncles, whoever, right? Whoever you're most comfortable with that kind of fits the target market, right? So for me, I don't know that it was like my best one. It certainly wasn't my wealthiest one, but I did my buddy's parents. His name's Ben, and ironically, he uh, was my best man at my wedding, and he lives in Kansas City now too. But we're both from Marion, Iowa. Anyways, I go over there. So I wanted to show his mom and his dad because they were married. Now they had a small house in Marion, Iowa. They probably had like $100,000 house if I had to guess. That's a small house. And they had 2 bedrooms in the house, and it's him and his brother and his parents. So one of them was in like the not actual bedroom, right? But they made it a bedroom, if that makes sense. And so I knew they didn't make a lot of money. His dad didn't usually work, and his mom was an accountant, right? So they had one source of income basically, and a small house. But I knew that his dad liked to grill and all that, so I was like, yeah, maybe it'll be a good one. And his mom was so nice. She's like the mom where we'd play basketball in the backyard, and she'd be like, "Do you guys want me to throw a pizza on, or you need any Gatorade or whatever?" Right? So I go over there. I'm getting started. I'm really nervous. Like my first one, I was really nervous. And then once I started, and by the way, his dad joined as well too, which made me even more nervous because his dad was kind of scary to me, but that's a different story. Um, and I start going. It's like the first page. After the first page, I kind of completely forgot that I was even nervous in the first place. I kind of felt like it was like giving a speech or doing a sport, first time you running up and down the field or the court. It's like you kind of forget, right? um and I got to the point where like I was getting closer to seeing if they wanted to get it, and I got to that point and I was like, did you want to try that and get your free whatever? And I looked up and I kind of did one of these, just a little smile and nod. And they looked at each other and they're not talking, but they're like, and I'm just like, and it was probably actually like 5 seconds, but it felt like it was 5 minutes to me, right? And then they go, "We'll take it," and I was like, "Congratulations!" Right? I like almost was like, "Are you sure?" And I brought it back in. I was like, "Congrats, you're gonna love your Cutco." And then I was like, "Let me write up your order," and then all that. And so my first order was like $1,200. And for me, and that's a good order, but even today, that's a good order. And so my first appointment, I hit my first promotion. I got to 15%. By the way, they split up into 5 months. So for them, it was like I don't know, 220 a month or something like that, which is like you spend more than that on a grocery bill as a family. Okay. And so I was confusing when I was new, like how much I made versus what my customers made. That was something I learned in training and over time that developed my confidence. But I made my first sale. I got 4 recommendations. I called my manager, Tim, on the way to my next one. And I was like, I made a sale. And he was like, "Oh, I'm so excited for you. Great job." Right. That's kind of what it's like after a demo. And we're like, "Cool. Who's your next one with?" And I was like, "It's my aunt, Mary, Uncle Gary." And he's like, "Cool. Do you think it'll be a good one?" And I was like, yeah, I think my Uncle Gary has a good job. And yeah, we'll see. But they don't have any kids at home. So I was like, I didn't know how much they cooked really. And so I go over there. They're like in their, I don't know, they're probably early 60s, late 50s at that point. And so I go over, I show them the same option, right? I do the same manual up to that point where I went with Ben's parents, and I asked them, "Did you guys want to try that one?" And they basically were like, "Too big." And I was like, "No sweat." I went to the next option, and then I showed them that one, and they were like, "Yeah, probably not." And I was like, "Okay." I'm summarizing, right? But then I went to the next one, and we had all these kind of, packages, smaller packages. And they're like, "We like that one." And I was like, "Cool, that one is." And I was reading my manual, and they're like, I think it was like maybe 450 or $500, something like that. And they're like, "We'll do it. And we can split it up." And I was like, "You can." And so, they spent maybe 90, $100. It's like $3, $4 a day on Cutco. And they've used it every day for the last 13 years, which is pretty cool. And I got 4 recommendations. So that was my first 2. Here's my third one. Okay. This is the one I think is good for you to hear. I did my broke Aunt Betty next. Anybody know what I'm talking about when I say that? Okay, so like at family stuff, she was all like they always had the money problems, right? So she sometimes substitute taught at this school for special ed, and my uncle Chris was a history teacher at high school. So I knew they didn't make very much money, and I was certainly reminded of it at family events. It, like somehow always came up. And my mom even told me, she's like, don't schedule an appointment with your Aunt Betty. You know she's not going to buy anything. And so what did I do, Bobby? I was 19. I was rebellious. I was like, I gotta prove my mom wrong, right? So I scheduled it with her, and I go up to and I'm at the customer's house. I'm at her house. I called Tim. I'm like, hey, I'm about to go in. He's like, cool. Do you think it's gonna be a good one? And I said, probably not. And he goes, oh, what's up? And I was like, well, and I told him what I told you. And I was like, so they don't make very much money. And he goes, okay, but do they own a home? And I'm like, yep. And he's like, cool. Did they and they're married? I'm like, yep. And he's like, do they eat food too? And I was like, yes. He's like, what are you worried about? That's a great prospect for Cutco. And I kind of reminded myself from training, I was like, yeah, he's right. And so I was like, thank you so much. And, I hung up. And then I went in, and I'm not saying I went in being like, they're going to buy the biggest one, right? But like, I did go in with a different mindset. And guess what?
About the biggest one.
She did not buy the biggest one. But I went through a lot of options, and we got down to like the a la carte pieces, and she picked out a couple, and then she was like, yeah, we can do that. And it was like maybe $200, right? And she split it up into 3 months, which was like $70, right? And and she was able to afford it. And I got 7 recommendations. And that demo for me, my third one, meant the most to me because I pretty much was like, this is the brokest person kind of that I could show Cutco to that meets our target market. And she bought. And so even though it was my smallest order, it kind of like I was like, look, if anyone can buy this stuff, if she can, I think anybody could. And so obviously not everyone bought from me, right? I've had more no sales than all of you, will have this weekend combined. Okay, because I've just done a lot of demos. But it meant a lot to me to boost that confidence. Does that make sense? And then my fourth one was my parents, and they bought like a smaller package, also kind of like my Aunt Mary, like a $400 or $500 one. They also split up into 5 months because they couldn't afford the whole, the bigger one, the bigger stuff. And so now my parents have this one. They have the biggest one because they've just upgraded over time to a bigger one. And some customers will do that too. Some of you that were like, my parents have pieces. Great. They could get more pieces. They could also probably bump into a set, right? So those were my first four. That was my first day. I went 4 for 4. How am I feeling? I'm feeling good, right? I'm feeling great. My next day, I did family friend. They bought a couple of small pieces. I did the neighbor next to them, which is another family friend. That was the one that had Cutco, and so she bought a few $100. She upgraded her set. Then I did my neighbor Dana Miller, and that was my first no sale. So I went through everything, and she's like, nope. And I was like, no worries. And I did the recommendations thing at the end. And I was like, who do you know that'd be nice enough to see me and whatever? And she gave me 15 people. And I was like, cool. That was the most I'd gotten on a demo so far. So even though she didn't buy, she gave me 15. And then the one before that, I got 12. So I was kind of like getting it. I was kind of on a roll. And then I did my grandparents for my last one. My grandparents were in like their 80s when I started the job. So they bought a couple of small pieces. They loved the shears. And I think I got like 9 recommendations to like other older people. But it was a lot of fun too. So that was my first couple days. I really got to experience a lot. And I was able to see success with the job. I was able to come back for an advanced training. Eventually, my fast start, I went to my first team meeting. And all this kind of helped me to have success with the job, not only my first week or two, but like to continue on. I'll summarize the rest of my summer. My first summer, I sold 18 grand. I only sold like 3,000 in my fast start, maybe 2,800. So I did the job with my other job for a few weeks. And then there was one appointment where I made more on one appointment than I made in my other job in 2 weeks in 1 hour. And I was like, yeah, I think I'm good with this one. And then the next week, I decided to go full-time Cutco, and I was doing like 5 to 8 appointments a week, or I'm sorry, a day. And I was really pushing myself for a couple weeks, and that's kind of where I went from like 4 or 5 grand to like 15, 16, 17,000. And then I finished off the summer pretty strong. It kind of changed how I thought about things a lot. So my first summer, I had 3 things I loved. Number one, I'm not gonna lie, I loved the income. We have people on our team that some make a comma paycheck. It means there's an extra comma in your paycheck, right? In a week. So I liked the income. I had 2 comma paychecks that summer. My friends couldn't believe it either. I ended up having 8 of my friends want to join the team after they started seeing how much money I was making too. My second thing was I loved the flexibility. So I was able to work with my other job for a while. There was 1 week I remember I was going like to the lake with my buddies and I only had like a Tuesday to work. So what did I do? My manager was like, dude, just set up like 5 or 6 on Tuesday, have a huge day, and then enjoy the 6 days off. And I was like, okay. And I pretty much told Tony to do that because he leaves for a float trip or something on Friday. And so I sold $1,000. I still made a $300 paycheck and I had a kick butt trip, and then I also loved the fact that like I can, our reps can do appointments whenever they can meet with a customer. So there were days I was doing like 8 in a day. I was like back to back to back, back, right? And I was selling a lot of Cutco, I was making a lot of cash. So I loved that I had the flexibility to be able to turn it up and turn it off if I, or, back if you wanted to. And then the last thing I would say is I loved the people and the environment. I got to meet a lot of people on our team. I love the team meetings. I'm really competitive, so I always tried to be at, towards the top, if not number one. I loved getting recognized, right? And then when I started going to my first conferences, I was like, oh, there's a lot of people that do this, and I was like, oh, and I started thinking, oh, maybe I'll do this, maybe even past the summertime. And then that's kind of how I got into leadership, and the rest is kind of history at this point, up to where we're at. So. It's 2:54. Let's take like an 8-minute break. So at 3:02, I want to try to start the next section of training when we kind of dive into the manual and stuff like that. Does that make sense?
Yes.
Okay, so you have an 8-minute break. You can do whatever. Again, just try not to crowd in the hallway, but if you gotta go to the bathroom or whatever, you want to stretch out, you can hang whatever you want in the office. Okay. There's stairs around the outside where there's actually lights and stuff if you need to get some air or whatever. But take an 8-minute break and we'll get rocking at 3:02. Alexa, play. And you can leave your like clipboard and all that kind of stuff in here. No one's gonna take it. I'll be in here. So here we go. All right. So yeah, so I'll do a practice demo so you can kind of see what it looks like, feels like. Then we'll review the pages together. And then after we review the pages, you'll get a chance. We'll actually role play it with a partner. So that way you can get a little bit more used to it and all that kind of stuff. Okay. So I'll hand out your manuals momentarily. A couple of things when you do a presentation, if you're in person, right, like at the customer's house, which if you have the means to get there, I would suggest doing them, especially if they live close. It'd be weird to like call your aunt and be like, can you hop on Zoom? And she's like, why don't you just come over, right? So but I like the in-persons. I think they're really simple to get started with if you have the ability to do those. If you don't, you can do online ones as well too. Okay, so when you're doing a demo at the kitchen table for the customer, you kind of want to be kitty corner with them, meaning like this will be weird for you to look at, but if I was doing a demo and if this was my kitchen table, okay, I would have me here and then I would have like one of them here and then the other one here. Instead of like across the table, because that's just like really like formal and like we're not being formal. Does that make sense? Okay. Now if you're online, it's just you're online and you're just like I'm sharing my screen right now on Zoom. You're just sharing your screen with the website. That's it. Make sense? Okay, cool. All right. So I'm gonna hand out a couple. Let me hand these to Hayden. You want to get us started? You can take one and then pass them this way. And then Dylan's getting more of them ready to rock and roll for everybody in the next few minutes. But for now, if you have one, you can start putting stuff on it or putting your name on it and the office name. You can put that on there. It's Joco or Johnson County, however you want to word it on your manual. The rep number Don't worry about that. You'll get that tonight when we get your app set up and everything. And most of the front page we're going to fill in as time goes on. So we don't have a division Zoom code or any of that kind of stuff. That was like more of a COVID thing. The weekly team meeting, I'll get you the dates and well, you know it's Wednesdays, but we'll get you the dates and times on that. And then where it says vectorconnect.com, that's actually where we place orders at. So on Friday, I'll teach you how to place orders and all that. Okay. And you'll get to create your own username and password and all that good stuff. You really never have to go to cutco.com for anything. It's just kind of there. Now, this right here, where you see the bottom right-hand corner, it says view cutco.com. That's the slides. Okay. So you all now, once you get your, manual, you all actually have access to the slides. I'm going to show you really simply. Here's what you do. So you go view cutco.com, enter. What do you know? We're there. Does that make sense? Pretty simple. So every demo you do, you just go to viewcutco.com. You're there. All right. Now, I'm going to ask for 2 volunteers. Who would like to be a volunteer? How about, can I get 1 female? Oh, okay, cool. So how about this? I'm going to do Anj and Jordan. And I'm going to have you guys come up to the front. You're going to be my fake Cutco customers for the next few minutes. Okay. Can you just flip spots with him? That's an easy spot start. And then you guys can always switch back after this. And then can I flip your spot with her spot, or you can sit there for now. That's totally fine. Yeah. Come on up. Okay. So I'm gonna have a Mr. and a Mrs. Jones. You guys are gonna be my fake married couple for a few minutes. Okay. I just want you to act like you think a married couple would act. Okay. And then we have all the really, really well-behaved children behind us. Does that make sense? Okay. Now, the only thing is when I do this, just realize that if I was normally doing a demo, I would have you guys here, right? And my what's it called? Laptop or whatever would be like here, okay? And then I have my manual here. So they're looking at this screen while I'm reading the script. Does that make sense? For the sake of like having it on the TV, I'm gonna do it this way for you and go from there too. Okay. So for those of you that have a manual, you can follow along. If you don't have one, you'll get one here just momentarily. Okay. There's a couple tips that I'll run through first before we actually start our live one. One is just follow the manual. Okay. Another tip is show all the videos and then have fun. Okay. And it is best if you can show both spouses together, because then what can they do together? Yeah, they can make a pretty easy decision, right? If they ever ask you for prices during your demo, which does happen sometimes, sometimes after you cut the super shears or the penny with the shears, they're like, how much are those? It's a great question. It's a surprise. I'll get to it. That's what I always say. Because you don't want to give away the kitchen sink right away. Okay. And then have fun, enthusiasm during your, especially when the videos are playing. And then you can ask more questions to get the customer involved, and it will start to feel more like a conversation as you go through stuff. Now, of course, when you're brand new and you're showing people that it's going to feel natural anyways if you've normally talked to them before, right? And that's great why you can practice that way before you show people that you are friends of friends. And then show our target market and then focus on progress, not perfection. If they still own Cutco, you're still going to do a full presentation. A lot of customers forget the details and they love upgrading to sets, adding accessories, buying gifts. And you can always ask them, like, what do they like about their Cutco? Which then you can kind of share that on a demo. Okay. All right. So if I was coming into the neighborhood, we'll call it, if I'm driving the house, how are we doing? Okay, cool. So if I'm coming up to the door, I'm gonna knock on the door. I usually try to knock just in case they have kids or something like that, right? So no one's taking a nap. And then when you walk in, you're kind of just building a little bit of rapport. So this is where I'm gonna like start. The only thing I'm not gonna do that it says in the manual is build rapport for 10 minutes. I'm gonna build rapport for like a minute, just for the sake of training. Does this make sense? Okay. So, Mr. and Mrs. Jones, how are you guys doing? I'm great. I'm great. What's new? How's your summer kicking off?
It's great. Tomorrow they just finished.
Yeah.
Pick out with the family.
Yeah, you guys did a cookout?
Yep.
Cool. What'd you grill?
I had ribs and sauce.
Ribs, sausages. Nice. Barbecue?
Yep.
Sweet. What kind of grill you got?
Traeger.
Traeger? Nice. I heard that's a good one.
Yeah.
That's cool. And were you partaking in the grilling or you just gonna eat the goodies? Just eating the goodies? Nice, nice. And did all the kids are home from school, looks like? Cool. That's great. A couple of things I was curious about. Mr. Jones, I know like kind of what you do. You do something in business. What do you do for work exactly? I'm curious.
I work for this company called Vector.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Oh, that's cool. All right. How long you been doing that for?
30 odd years.
30 years. So you've been there a while. Do you like it?
Yeah, it's really
Yeah.
great.
Cool, cool. And Mrs. Jones, do you work or what do you do? You're a nurse. Oh, that's cool. Okay, cool. What kind of nurse? Okay, nice. So you like talking and dealing with patients and stuff. That makes sense. All right, good deal. Does this make sense so far?
Yeah.
Okay. So you're just building a little bit of rapport with them. Those are some easy questions to go through. People just like to, it'd be weird if like, think about today, if we started training and I was like, what's your name? Great, sit down. Name? Great. Sit, like, right? That'd be super awkward. So we tried to like, meet you and get to know you more and stuff like that. And so I always try to do that on demos. I always find the more I get to know someone, usually the more I like them in most cases. So, okay, well, hey, thank you so much for taking the time to see my presentation. It really means a lot to me. Do you mind if I tell you a little bit more about myself?
Yeah, go ahead.
Cool. So as you probably know, I am from Marion, Iowa. I went to Linn-Mar High School. Just graduated. I just finished my freshman year of college. I played a bunch of sports in high school. I did soccer, baseball, basketball. And you guys have a young one that goes to Linn-Mar next year, right? He's going to be a freshman?
Yeah.
Okay. Okay, cool. What's his name? Do you have a kid that's going to be a freshman?
A junior in high school, but
Okay.
his
What's
name's
his
Brecken.
Brecken? Okay, cool. That's great. Yeah. I like the school for sure. So we grew up in Marion. I have two younger sisters and then my parents as well too. We have we have two dogs as well too. So that's like a little bit about me. Do you mind if I share some of my goals with you? So I'm working with Cutco because I want to get some really good experience that's going to help me like stand out on my resume amongst a lot of my peers. My dream job, as of right now, is to become a sports agent. And I know that I'm gonna have to talk to people all the time on the phone. I'm gonna need to be good with like conversation with them one-on-one. And I'm also gonna need to learn some basic sales skills as well too. So that's one reason why I'm working with Cutco. And I just want to have a better resume than my peers. So that way, when I graduate school, I have more opportunities than them. And that's really exciting for me for my future as well too. I am brand new. I just started my fast start contest. As you know, you're my fourth appointment. And I have 10 days to my goal of selling $10,000. Through Cutco, I can earn a President's Club letter, which will look great on my resume. And I also have a chance to win an All-American scholarship to help with school. Now, Mr. and Mrs. Jones, since I just started, I am going to read from my manual and I might make some mistakes. Is that okay?
Yeah.
Okay, awesome. Like I said on the phone, you don't have to get anything, but if you see something you like, you can get it today. Not only would you be getting a great product, but you'd be helping me out towards my goals. Cutco's awesome. You can buy sets or pieces, and we have tons of accessories and gifts. We also have interest-free monthly investment options, so you don't have to pay for it all at once. Now, just so I know, do you cook because you have to, like to, or love to?
I love to.
You love to cook? And are you more of the grill then, or are you kind of like everything
A
and
little bit of everything.
a little bit of everything? What do you like to cook? You don't like to. Okay, so that's why he cooks a lot. That makes sense. Cool. Great. You're gonna love Cutco. Now, before we get started, would you mind grabbing your favorite serrated edge knife, your favorite straight edge knife, steak knife, a penny, and a cutting board?
Sure.
Okay, great. Thanks. All right, so now we have it. Okay. All right, so today I'm going to tell you why Cutco is the top selling American-made brand in the US. And then we'll look at our product line and then review prices and specials at the end. Now, Mr. and Mrs. Jones, I do only work through referrals, so I hope you like me and Cutco enough to tell some friends about me. Let me tell you a little bit about the company. So as you can see, since 1949, all Cutco knives have been made in the factory in Olean, New York. We sell over $200 million worth of Cutco annually, and we have over 16 million customers. Since 2020, Cutco's had its 5 largest years in sales. People have been cooking at home more than ever and purchasing more high quality things for the home, as well as investing in American-made products that will last. Does anyone have an extra manual, by the way? He did? Will you go yell at Dylan and be like, hey, we need one more? You don't have one, right? Okay. And you may have seen us on TV shows like Modern Marvels and Made in America. It's one of the only products that you can buy once, use every day, and never have to replace. Cutco is also a proud producer of many K-bar knives, which is used by both military and law enforcement agents. Cutco is involved with many local and national charities. We've raised money for the Roswell Park Foundation for breast cancer research, the American Heart Association, and the Front Row Foundation. And in 2023, Cutco raised over $300,000 for the Alzheimer's Association through our Cutco Cares initiative. And again, I'm in the manual on page 2, about halfway through. If you want to follow along, you can. So to start off, I'm going to show you 2 products that demonstrate the quality of Cutco. Thank you. Appreciate it, Nye. Now, these are our super shears. Everyone loves the shears. They do come apart, as you can see, for easy cleaning as well too. And the high carbon stainless steel, look at that. Does anyone have a penny? It's okay, I have one. It's okay, it's okay. I have one. There is always a penny at their house, by the way. Okay, so on the demo, we'll teach this on Friday. I just cut a penny. And as you can see, you can use them on like those tough packages, especially from like Amazon, or I use them to open up meat, all the time in the kitchen. The high carbon stainless steel makes them good for everything in the kitchen, as well as some outdoor projects as well too. They are dishwasher safe and they come apart as again for easy cleaning. And then I would just hand them the shears. There you go. What do you think you'd use your super shears on?
I'd probably use it while barbecue the time.
Barbecuing? Yeah, cool. Right? They're cutting some broccoli in this one. This is Jones. What do you think you use them for? Amazon packages?
Actually, I did just use kitchen shears to cut bacon up in slices, so.
Oh, there you go. Yeah,
Did that.
bacon too. Nice. So these are dishwasher safe. And again, they come apart for easy cleaning. The next thing I'm going to show you is our peeler. This actually peels in both directions. Watch this thing. She just annihilates this peeler or this carrot. All of our gadgets and the accessories, they are guaranteed forever and they're dishwasher safe. A lot of customers end up either getting the super shears or the veggie peeler for free. I'll talk about that later. Let me show you where we got the idea for Cutco. So Mrs. Jones and Mr. Jones, most people have the world's most expensive set of knives like these because the average knife set is designed to last 2 years. So most households waste a ton of money replacing cheap knives over and over. You probably know this better than I do, but cheap knives have a lot of problems. There are 2 types of handles. Wood handles are attractive when they're new, but they're extremely unsanitary. They absorb liquids, bacteria, grease, germs, and retain odors. And in several states, restaurants don't use wooden handles because of sanitation concerns. Plastic handles are cheaply constructed, so they'll like melt, chip, crack, and break. They're slippery when they're wet, which is extremely dangerous while you're cutting. Common knives are constructed very poorly. So most knives have a partial tang with less steel, making them weak and unbalanced, so they break easily. Most rivets, like these here, are made of brass, which just expands, contracts, and loosens, creating unsanitary gaps. And there are two types of steel. So carbon steel, it's strong, but it rusts and corrodes, which is unattractive and unsanitary. And then stainless steel looks good, but it's a soft metal, so it won't stay sharp and it's difficult to sharpen. Have some of your knives gone dull over the years, Mrs. Jones and Mr. Jones? There are two types of edges. Okay, so there's serrated edges, which is this one here, right? That kind of rips and tears your food and cannot be resharpened. Then there's straight edges, which make a smooth cut, but they have to be sharpened to remain effective. The hard cutting surface is what dulls a knife, not the food. Both of these edges directly contact the cutting board, dulling them quickly. And a dull knife is more dangerous than a sharp one because you have to push harder. Let me show you how Cutco has solved all of these problems. So there's 5 features that makes Cutco the world's finest set of cutlery. The first feature is our universal wedge lock handle, which fits any size hand. The universal design, try to find one. This will work. The universal design locks your hand into place, increasing control and safety while reducing fatigue. This makes Cutco more expensive, but it's well worth it because it's comfortable and safe. The second feature is our thermal resin handle. So this will never chip or crack. Thermal resin is similar to football helmets, bowling balls, ski bindings, and pool balls. The third feature is our full tang construction. So using the extra steel is more expensive, but it's worth it because it creates strength and balance. And then our 3 nickel silver rivets are flushed with the handle, making it strong and sanitary. The fourth feature is our very high grade steel. It's 440A, and this steel is expensive to use, but it's worth it because it kind of has the best of both worlds. It has the high carbon for edge retention, and then has stainless for beauty, making it sanitary and sharp. The fifth feature is the most famous. It's our exclusive Stay Sharp Double D Edge. So what we're going to do is we're going to compare how the different types of edges work. We're going to cut rope because it's tough, like vegetables and meats. The first one I'll have you use is your Cutco serrated edge knife. And then we just do the cutting test that you saw in the interview and that you probably also saw here at the beginning of training. Okay. So they use their serrated edge knife first, the jagged one. Then they use their straight one. And then they get to use Cutco. Okay. Now, there is a video for this as well for the online appointments. If I'm in person, you could play the video. It doesn't hurt, but you know, you want them to see it live, right? So the first one's a non-Cutco serrated edge, which rips and tears, kind of like a saw. And then you can see it kind of rips and tears a little bit. The next one's a straight edge knife. You can tell this one was sharpened recently, which cuts cleanly and but it dulls quickly. And then the last one, this is Cutco's Double D Edge, which just cuts super quick and cleanly. Now, unlike a serrated edge knife, Cutco's Double D Edge has 3 straight edges that smoothly cut forward, backward, and straight down. The points protect the recessed edges from dulling on the cutting board, keeping each knife sharp for up to 10 years, and they can still be resharpened. While most of our knives have the Double D Edge for cutting back and forth, some Cutco knives have straight edges for chopping, dicing, and precision cutting. This unique edge uses expensive technology, but it's well worth it. The best thing about Cutco is our 4-part forever guarantee. So Cutco is one of the only products that you can buy once, use every day, and never have to replace. The product is your proof of purchase, and you can pass it down generation to generation. The first part is the forever performance. So if anything ever goes wrong with your Cutco, you can just send it back to the factory and the company will fix or replace it for free. You never have to pay to replace your knives, and no receipt is needed. The second part is forever sharpness. Whenever your Cutco needs sharpening, just send it back and it'll be sharpened for free. All you pay for is the shipping. The third part is the unconventional use. So if you or your spouse ever happen to destroy your Cutco through unconventional use, you can get it replaced for half price. Usually that's stuff that's like outside of the kitchen, right? Like someone used their knife one time as a crowbar to open a door, right? And it snapped. That would fall under that one. The fourth part is the unconditional return policy. So we have a 15-day risk-free money-back guarantee. If you're not satisfied for any reason at all, you can get a full refund. I'll read this just for the sake of training. Mrs. Jones, we can't always see both spouses together, so you can try out Cutco together for a few weeks, risk-free, to make sure you both love it. If they were both in front of me, I would just skip that line. Okay. Cutco is such a great investment because you'll never have to buy another set ever again.
Best knives and all the other knives I bought, don't compare. You know, if you need a good knife in your kitchen, get Cutco. The best one I ever made, yeah. I got my 25 years.
You've had our Cutco more than 20 years.
It's almost 40 years. 50 years.
At least 50 years.
It's awesome. I like the grip of the handles and just the way all the knives cut. They're great knives. They last forever.
And of course, there's always the availability to have them sharpened again, so.
Of course it was. It was definitely worth an investment in Cutco.
And you can't beat American made and forever guaranteed. That's the first 5 pages. That's it. Yeah. And then the next thing we'll do tomorrow right away is like, we're going to go through all the pieces in the set. All right. What did you notice that I did on the demo that I did well? Yeah, go for it. You can just kind of shout them out. Yeah.
One thing that stood up when you kind of didn't put them on the pedestal, you said like, I think one of the things I remember, you said, like if you don't have to buy something today, but if you do see something that you want, that would really help me with my goal.
Mm.
If I kind of doesn't put too much pressure on them that they have to buy it.
Sure.
I think that really stood out for me.
Yeah. So kind of low pressure. Yeah.
You think this was like how like cool, input you were, you weren't like hesitant with your words, you weren't slurring over yourself, you were had your head up, you had your eyes straight forward, you were reassuring, you were letting them know this is a good product.
Yeah. So I was calm or chill, right? Whatever, right? So yeah, I was just relaxed. Yeah. Good. Yeah. Wasn't desperate. Yeah, I mean, like we're not at that point yet either, but yeah, I mean, you don't need to be when you have a great product. It's a great point, Gabriella. What else? Noah? Yeah.
Use the tactic of like, if you don't mind, I'm gonna read off my script here, so that kind of takes pressure off of each other and
100%.
that's part of yourself. So
Yeah, it's the easiest line ever. I used to say that when I was at 50,000 in sales. I was like, hey, I'm pretty new. I'm gonna read my script. What's new? Nobody ever, I don't know. Nobody ever told me like you can't, right? So I just want the right info regardless. I'm not gonna like stop giving people the right info because I've sold some more, you know? Ange and then somebody over here. Yeah.
you were showing the super shears and the veggie pillar, you after you showed them, you're like, you're telling us how there's a chance you could get them for free with some sets.
Yep. It's kind of like a little bit of an introduce of the product, a little bit of the quality. Yeah, clear.
Project it really well.
Projected well. Yeah, of course. Now, you won't be in a room with this many people staring at you and fans going on and stuff like that, obviously. So it's, but yeah, they got to be able to hear you 2 feet away, obviously. Sure. Anything else? Did you also notice how I literally read the script? Like, I don't think I missed any words. I might have added like a little thing here or there that's kind of fun, and you can steal those as you hear them in training, but like, I didn't like go off of anything, right? And did it seem like I was being like a robot? No, I'm just going through it. I'm just being relaxed and whatever you said, right? Now I've also done like hundreds of demos. So I'm gonna sound smoother than you probably will the first time reading it, and that would be expected. Okay. So, but as you do more, you will sound a little bit more like you. But for now, you just want to practice getting the words out and just, that's why we're in training, right? Okay. Cool. Well, let's give it up. You guys don't have to move for right now. You can stay if you'd like, or you can go back if you need to. Let's give it up for Mr. and Mrs. Jones for the volunteers. And they're really well-behaved children. Excellent. Okay, so what we're gonna do is I'm gonna do a quick review with you on the pages, okay? And then we're gonna role play as we get going, okay? So again, on a demo, that's what it looks like kind of when you're in person, and then when you're online, the girl's fired up, but that's what right, you're on the other side of the screen, okay? Either way, though, you have the script, you have the manual that has the words, and then they're looking at the slides and you're clicking through them the whole time, right? What I love about the videos is that it just builds value for you. Like when you're watching the shears or the peeler, you're like, this is cool. I didn't do anything. I just click the play button, right? Did you also notice how in the manual there was a couple of mouses? So like that's when I'm clicking to the next slide when there's a mouse. And then when there's a play, like a YouTube button, that's when I'm clicking the video to play it. Okay, and you can always practice this on your own tonight or whatever. I'm not gonna have you bring your laptop today, or you don't really need it tomorrow either. I would bring it on Friday though, if you have a laptop, iPad, something like that, so you can practice clicking through stuff with the review. We're gonna do pages 1 through 2 right now, just as a quick review, and then we'll role play 1 through 2. And then we'll come back, we'll do 3, we'll role play, then we'll do 4, 5. Okay. So if you go to page 1, take a second and you can jot under personal story where it says, let me tell you a little bit about myself. You can take a second and you can jot something down. Right. I haven't done a Cutco demo since 2017. So I was kind of just going off of memory a little bit, but I can't tell you about you. So just a couple of facts, for yourself. When you do finish that, I'm not going to have you do anything with the goals yet today because you don't really know what your goal is yet. And you'll have a lot more clarity on that after today and certainly after tomorrow. So we'll actually finish off your goals on Friday morning. It's the first thing we do on Friday. Again, the President's Club letter is 8,000 by the end of the summer. And the All-American Scholarship, it's the top 50 for the summer. It's the top 50 in the country. It's all based on sales. You have to be a full-time student for the scholarship. If you're not a full-time student, you can just cross that one out. You just wouldn't say that line out loud. Okay. But here's the summer one last summer. This guy Christian won it. These are kind of cool. And there's all 50 people. They got their picture on there, and some of them have a quote and all that good stuff as well too. So top 50, it would probably this summer, it'll probably take, if I had to guess, 45 to maybe 50,000 in personal sales to hit the top 50, just based on years past. Which when you break that down, it sounds a little bit less large. Okay. So like Noah said, reading the line about the manual, right? And at the bottom, I'm just asking, like, do they have to, like to, or love to? Because I'm just getting them a little bit more involved in the demo, right? And you know what? If they hate to cook, are they gonna like Cutco? Yeah, because it's gonna get them in and out of the kitchen even quicker if they hate to cook. It actually does what you want it to do, right? And would you also agree that sometimes people that don't like to cook because they've never had good stuff? Maybe, right? And if they like to cook, great, they're gonna like Cutco. And if they love to cook, they're certainly gonna like Cutco, right? Okay, good on page 1. Any questions? All right, let's go to page 2. So page 2, this is all about the company page on page 2. Okay. All about the company page on page 2. Why do you think it's important to build rapport on your demo at the very beginning? Yeah, you're like a normal person. What were you gonna say, Aiden? Yeah. Yeah, build personal connection, totally. People always are comfortable with people that they like and that they trust, right? I always just say there's a difference between surface level relationships and like deeper relationships, right? Like your best friend or your significant other, or like your parent or whatever. Like you probably have a deep relationship with them because you got to know them a lot more, right? A surface level relationship might be the person that's sitting next to you in training, right? It might develop, who knows, right? But like the more you can get to know them, the more I like to just take an interest in people, right? If you want to make more friends or if you're interested in somebody, my pro tip for you is just take an interest in them and just ask a lot of questions about them. Not in a creepy way, but right, when you're just building rapport, just ask more about them. And then say their name, right? People like hearing their name, right, Eddie? Peyton? Anj? Noah? All right. Okay. So at page 2, we are the only product that they can buy once, use every day, never have to replace. Cutco is American made and forever guaranteed. We also have 700 American made workers that work at the factory in Olean, New York. Can everyone say Olean? Not Olean, Olean. Okay. How about K-bar? Can everyone say K-bar? So it's not K-bar, it's K-bar. That's what the military uses overseas. Cutco owns K-bar. So we manufacture all of the products for the police, military, and armed forces across the country. Right? Bless you. So people that are like in the military or something like that, they like always get a K-bar because it's awesome. You can sell a couple of them. I believe 2 K-bars that have the forever guarantee with Cutco. Okay. So we're just establishing what on this page? We're establishing starts with a C. Bless you. Credibility. Yeah, we're establishing credibility, right? We've been around since 1949. Do you think people like knowing we've been in business for 75 years? Heck yeah, right? We're also showing confidence in the quality by showing some of the products, and then American made. We have pride in that too. Okay. Want to hear some fun facts of the Super Shears? The quality assurance team tested the Super Shears, which cuts through 1 million cuts through cardboard, which equals sectioning 20,000 chickens, cutting 25,000 pizzas, cutting 23.5 miles of cardboard, trimming the artificial turf length of 139 football fields, and trimming enough floor tile to cover the floors of 99 average size homes. Everything Cutco makes is guaranteed forever, dishwasher safe, and rated #1. So that's pages 1 and 2. What we're going to do now is we're going to role play pages 1 and 2. Okay. So when we role play, oh, and I need you to add something, but in a second, when we role play, I just went through this. We're going to go page 1, then your partner's going to go page 1. Then you're going to go page 2, and then your partner's going to read page 2. Okay. So you're going to go like back and forth and just read it. I don't even care if you look at them. They should probably be looking at their script anyway. Okay. So don't worry about eye contact. And then if you are the customer for a couple seconds, answer them, right? If they say, do you like to, love to, whatever, pick one. Otherwise, it's kind of weird. That make sense? Help each other out. I'll kind of like bounce around throughout this. And some of you, I might randomly be like, oh, you like, soccer. Because I'm going to look through some of your welcome sheets. If you're role playing, I might give you a tip or a compliment or something like that as well too. But keep role playing through it. If your group finishes early because you're a little quicker, what should you do? Yeah, just go for it again, right? This is like shooting free throws in basketball. The more that you get to shoot, the better percentage you're going to have. For any of the videos, we're going to skip over those for this part just because we're not playing the videos on your device right now. Okay. The one thing I need you to add at the top of page 2 is this little sentence here. I would just put it like, no joke, right here, right above the little bar on page 2. Okay. And what I want you to add is that line that I said, which is, can you please grab your favorite serrated edge, straight edge, steak knife, cutting board, and a penny? Can you please grab your favorite serrated edge, 2 R's, straight edge, steak knife? So can you please grab your favorite serrated edge, straight edge, steak knife, cutting board, and a penny? All right. Once you have that, just want to make sure I can pair everybody up. We should be able to really do person next to you for the most part. Maybe Gabe, I'll have you come up and join. Oh wait, never mind. Yeah, so you two should be able to go together. You two should be able to go together. Actually, let's do this. Why don't you two go together? And so, yep, and you guys go together. Robert and Anj, you guys go together. You two can go together. You two can go together. Just your person next to you. Why don't you two go together then? You can come up here to the front with Hayden. Gabe. And then let's do you two want to go together? You just turn around to over there. And then let's do Noah and Gabrielle. You guys should be good together too. Let's do Eddie and Ez. You guys want to go together? And then are you guys good together? You two next to each other? Cool. I knew we had an odd. And then we're gonna have a group. We're gonna have a group. That's what I was trying to avoid, kind of. We're gonna have a group of 3, but that's okay. And then I'll have you 3 go just kind of in a group together. Does that make sense? Okay. So we're just gonna start again on page 1, right where it says, through Cutco, I can earn a President's Club letter, which will look great on a resume. Yep. So don't need to build fake rapport or anything like that. Just write in to through Cutco, I can earn a President's Club letter, which will look great on my resume. Page 1, then 2, then 2. Okay. Is everybody ready? All right, rock and roll. If you're confused on your partner, I'll come around. Here, actually, let's do that.
Great on my
Oh,
resume.
you pretty good.
I also have a chance.
Why don't you come over here so you can have your own? As you come over here, I'm gonna give you
Mr. Hayden, I just started.
Come over here.
I'm going to read my manual. I might make some mistakes. Is that
So
okay?
put my group of 3 in the middle.
Like I said on the
And
phone,
then you can go with that.
you don't have to get anything. You'll see something like when I get it today. Not only would you be getting a great product, you brought me out for the time. myself, so we have tons of history to this. Both sides. Just so I know, do you cook because you're not really want to? You love great.
Like they're in person. Yeah. That's not interesting. That's nice. Like I said, so I guess it's. Since I know story.
And if you want to say their name, you can. If you want to say Mrs.
Like I said, that's like COVID, like I said, it's a bunch of those that are
So, before we go any further, just figure out your favorite straight edge, any kind of scan. Awesome. So today, yeah, I'll tell you why Cutco is the top selling American brand, American made brand. Then we can look at my product line and then prices, the specials, and Mr. Canadian. Referrals, so you like me and some of your friends. Let me tell you a little bit about. Since 1949, all Cutco knives have been banned in the United States. We sell $200 million. Cutco since 2020, Cutco is 5 years. It's like the only product you buy once, use every day, never have to. Cutco is involved in many national programs. We raise money for the Oswald Medical Foundation, cancer research, American Heart Association, to start off, I'd like to try to product quality. Super serious driver. The high quality style makes it good for everything. Indoor and outdoor. Their dishwasher safe, they can come apart easy for cleaning. This is easy. That's all you do, right? So just read it and buy it. Basically, it's not hard, yeah. It should be.
Yeah, you sound good.
I'm like, I can't really see that.
Yeah, we're
How'd you peel it?
well, it's a personal thing, but yeah.
All of our organic accessories. We'll talk about the idea. Video plays. There you go.
You're being yourself.
Not yet.
Super shoes. Everybody loves our shoes. I part of the same thing. For everything.
Looks like both of us can read.
Yeah.
Yeah, so I think, you think after doing this for those, you'll like memorize it? Cause I feel like if you meet with them, you do these presentations stuff, and you read this stuff and spoke. Easy. You just be able to say. Like after you've done it enough times.
I bet I could have down more when I was your
Let me see.
Oh, by the way, like all of this is filled out, like. I mean, I don't really know where he lives.
Yeah, oh, is that the guy that used to sell?
Yeah, yeah. Yeah, I don't know what year he did that, but, he graduated from like 2007. So it would have been like, then before you maybe. But I'm not even sure if it was outside.
Yeah, well, I wasn't. I was.
Yeah.
Well, he's what, 30s, 40s?
36. Yeah. Yeah. I have to ask you.
That'll be fun, yeah, yeah.
Club letter, which will look great on my resume. I also want to start off, I like your color. So you just start manual, I mean, your mistakes, okay? Everyone loves our.
Yeah, if you finish it, you can start up again.
I get it. There are good questions. We have next.
Alright. I'm just introduce myself. Also, this is a certain time to do that, but have a license made up there, scholarship. Now, Mr. Hayden, since I just started, I'm trying to read from my main, I think something. Yeah, but like I said, you don't have to get anything. But if you see something you like, you can get it today. Not only would you be getting a great product, but you would also be able to get out to its like goals. What that is almost literally by cents pieces that we could plug those things together. You can have an interest free investment. You know, put people in all the blocks. And you sort of know, you can you'll see what it's. Like, you know, you're gonna love what you're doing.
Okay, shall we? Did everybody get through at least once? Some of you on your second one? Okay, cool. Cool. All right, so that's pages 1 and 2. Okay. We're gonna go to page 3 next. So go ahead and flip to, and you could probably stay where you are or whatever. We'll probably keep stuff similar, but and then you can always move back later. So page 3, this is the disadvantages of common knives. So they're looking at that junk knife page when we're going through the script. You guys remember that on the slides a second ago? Right? The one that looks like this. Okay. Now, I'm going to share a couple of fun things with you on the junk knives. Okay. So this one's a plastic handle knife. I'm going to do a quick quiz for you. Okay. What kind of a tang does this have? No tang. No tang. So the blade literally stops right here. So in here, what is all this? It's either plastic or it's hollow or whatever. Okay, I'm gonna pass this over to you, Gabe. You're writing the number down, but so you got that one. What happens with what's the problem with plastic handles?
They melt.
Yeah, they're kind of slippery and stuff like that, right? I'm gonna talk to you about wood next, okay? So I'm gonna give you a TV timeout. When I was 19 and I started the job, I just assumed that most families knew and were pretty educated on kitchen cutlery. Okay. What I failed to recognize and understand is that just because someone cooks a lot doesn't mean they're educated. Okay. What I mean by that is like, it doesn't mean that they know like what's a good brand or, you know, what's the quality stuff or how much should they spend and stuff like that. Because for most people, what happens is like, they get married, someone got lucky and got Cutco, right? But like most people like get married, they get a house or whatever, and like they get, you know, whatever knives they get, and then they don't work anymore. So they go to the local store, they buy a couple more, and they throw the ones that don't work out anymore. Does that make sense? That's how it ends up with the junk drawer. It's just like every couple of years, that's what people do. Okay. And this page, page 3, they'll learn more, just like you probably did, than they'll learn in their entire life about kitchen products. About kitchen knives specifically. Okay. So you know more than your customers from just this one section. All right. Now, tomorrow at like 1 p.m., when I teach you what else is out there in stores, you will know more than like 99.9% of people, period, about kitchen knives. Okay. Because you're going to understand like what stuff costs, why, what the brands are, all that kind of stuff as well, too. So that way you know what people have on their countertop. Okay. Now let's talk about wood. Okay. Wood is so disgusting. It is so gross. Let me hand this to you again, right after saying that. Well, and Hayden, here you go. What around the rivets? What color do you have there? What's the color around the rivets?
Green, across.
So it's green because there's literally bacteria growing inside of that knife, and it's trying so hard to pop out that it's popping out. You got another shivery, and it's popping out through the rivets. These are knives that people use. Correct. The rust is at the top. Right. So, here's the thing. Wood's non-porous, right? It's not supposed to get wet. You ever like pull up a tree stump in the backyard or something? What's under it? Bugs and maggots and stuff like that because they love living in moisture, right? And so, it's the same thing with wooden handle knives. They're certainly not supposed to be put in the dishwasher, okay? And then over time, they'll just keep deteriorating. So the one Hayden has that he's going to pass around, that one's probably like 5, 6 years old. The one Gabe has, that one's probably like 8 to 10 years old, okay? But people are using these knives. All the knives I'm showing you, these are from customers' houses. Here's another one. Okay, it is disgusting. So when you're talking about wood, remember to use your gross face. Or let me say everybody's gross face, right? Like the worm story or like the Hayden puked right here story, right? Whatever it is that you need to do, because you can't be like, yeah, they're really unsafe and unsanitary, and you're smiling. Like that's just not gonna work, right? You don't have to over exaggerate something, but I just want you to know like wood is super, super icky and it shouldn't be used in the kitchen for knives. Okay. You ever hold raw chicken before you throw it on the pan and your hand gets all slimy, right? What happens is sometimes people grab their knife before they grab or same thing with raw meat. They grab that before they grab the soap and all that to wash their hands with. And then that bacteria, it's stuck forever. It's like the opposite of a sponge. A sponge you can rinse out to a degree, right? And, clean it and all that. You can't wash out the stuff in the wood handle knife. Okay. This is why most restaurants, you can't have them in there. Okay. So page 3, again, it has nothing to do with Cutco. We talked about wood. We talked about plastic. We've got straight edges, right? What happens with straight edges? Here's your next quiz question. What happens with straight edges? They what? They dull quickly. You have to sharpen them to remain effective, right? What's the problem with carbon steel? Who's got my carbon steel one? Who's got that one? Let me see. Yeah, that one. Hold that one up a little higher. Yeah, it rusts. It looks nasty. I don't know about you. I wouldn't want to cook my food with that. There's a lot of iron in that. I get enough iron in my diet. Okay. I got jokes, right? Just wait till tomorrow. Just wait till tomorrow. We go through Cutco jokes. Okay. And then stainless steel looks pretty, right? It's shiny, but it dulls quickly because it's cheap. Okay. So you can have a singular knife that's really cheap and another knife that's really expensive, and they're the same size. The only difference is it's the quality of the steel. The steel is the most expensive part of a knife. Does that make sense to everybody? Okay. And then what's the problem with the partial tang? Last question. Yeah, it's easier to snap because it doesn't have a full tang around it too. And then most rivets are made of what?
Brass.
Brass, right? And what happens with brass rivets is it expands and stuff gets in there, right? There you go. I'll pass the hand sanitizer around. Some of you look like you really want it. And then we'll go through Cutco's stuff on page 4 here, but this page has nothing to do with Cutco. It's just reading facts, okay? Never do you need to point out to someone and go, like, Miracle never needs to go, you have these, right? Like, they're going to be able to figure it out when they're sitting in front of you. Does that make sense? Okay. And if they have good knives, then great, right? We're going to do a comparison and some good stuff later, okay? All right, so this role play, you can do the same partner. We're just doing page 3. So just page 3, have your partner do page 3. If you finish early, try to rip through another one, and then we'll come back. We'll do a quick review on 4 and 5. We'll do our last role play, okay? Go for it.
Most people have the world's most expensive knife, like
Instead of mine, like, even though it's nice that it's designed to last years. The most helpful, like, a lot of money, like, I do, but cheap knives have a lot of
handles.
There are two types of handles.
What handles, they're attractive and new, but they are extremely unsealed. They include bacteria, free.
In such days, those wooden handles, we got a are usually constructed, they melt, they crack. Here's the web.
Thank you so much.
Your head. Sometimes very poorly. Most times, part of the average, unsealed, unvalid, and rabies. Are made of brass. Very bad. Carbon steel, but
Radiant, unsanitary.
it's a soft metal.
There are two types of steel. Carbon steel, stainless steel. Carbon steel is strong, but it rustic corrodes, it's attractive, sanitary. Stainless steel, you don't get it. It's soft. Mind me asking, just repeat that. Yeah, okay. Now. Great edges, serrated edges with ribbon cherry food and straight edges. I think this is good. They have to be sharpened to remain. Directly contact cutting orders and all. All knives, they sharpen because of food. Let me show you how to cut a small ball. This problem.
Several states. Steel and strong. Others right now.
Yeah, many times.
You also have like a.
Yeah. The plastic bags, I think, like letting it go.
Just slides and everything.
Set of knives like these. Average knife set is my 12 years. The most helpful ways of cutting a cheap knife.
Most people have
Probably just a
most
knife.
expensive set of knives.
Cheap knife.
The average knife set is $9.
Which handle the one?
Most households, they spend money. Most knives.
You have liquid, bacteria.
Probably know this better than I do. Cheap knives.
States, restaurants don't use wooden handles because the enemy.
There's two types of users.
So you cheaply constructed, so they now.
Attractive, new, they are extremely unsanitary. Liquids, interior. Actually, some of the states. And you have your plastic candles, they're usually cheap. So they melt, chip, crack, and break. They're slippery when wet, which is. Common knives are very quickly. Most knives, they have a cushion tank, they have a steel, making the weak amount. Which expands, contracts, and pushes, creating unsanitary. Also, certain types of steel, which is strong, attractive, and then you have stainless steel, which looks good, but it's a soft metal, so you can stay sharp. It is good to sharp. Some of your knives got over the years, Mr. Hayden. So let's talk about that. We have the clearing, those kind of, those are. And then there's also the straight, and they make the sweet spot.
Everybody have a chance to go one time at least? Okay, cool. We ready? Last one. All right. So page 3 is all about who? Yeah, just disadvantage of common knives, right? Go ahead and flip to page 4, and we're talking all about the features and benefits of Cutco. All right. So a couple of key points to review on page 4. I do want to read you a couple of testimonials from the website. Is that cool? I think these are fun. So this one is about the handle, like how it grips, right? So this one says, Alex Pug simply presented and demonstrated the Cutco knives and all other items, and that was that. I have a condition known as CPT or carpal tunnel syndrome, so each piece is truly an aid to me, from the wonderful handle, which makes any chore more simple, to the tip of each steel point, making each action done more quickly. Each one is a hidden treasure. Alex is such a fine gentleman and salesman, for there was no pressure to purchase. He believes in Cutco and has contacted me to keep my Cutco needs informed and updated. Thank you for allowing me to express my admiration for your fine representative, Alex Pug, and to your wonderful Cutco products, K Troll. Want to hear one more? This one's on the thermo resin, okay, which is similar like bowling balls, ski bindings, football helmets, pool balls. Okay, this one's kind of cool. It says many years ago when my brother was in college, he sold Cutco cutlery to supplement his income. He had a sample kit of knives to display to his prospective customers, which he kept in the trunk of his car. Unfortunately, the car was stolen with the knives in the trunk. Years passed with no progress in the investigation of the car theft. My brother had given up all hope of recovery. He had graduated college, served as a stint in the army, gotten married, and begun a career by that time. In fact, he really forgot all about the incident when, to much of his surprise, he was notified by the police that his stolen car was recovered from the bottom of the Tennessee River many years from the car thieves many years earlier. Of course, the car itself was hopelessly waterlogged, but my brother asked the police to look in the trunk for his Cutco knives. Believe it or not, his knives were still in the trunk and they were in perfect condition. To this day, my brother and his family are still using those same Cutco knives more than 25 years later. Linda R. Boyd. Is that pretty wild?
Yeah.
It's pretty cool, right? Not happening with wood, right? All right, so when you're on a demo, keep in mind, right, when they're looking at this, when you're with them, they're looking at the slides, not you. So you really get paid to be the info giver on the demo, okay? You're not getting paid because you're some amazing presenter when you're brand new. So just focus on getting better each time. What you also should notice on page 4 is we always say like, hey, Cutco is more expensive, but it's worth it because of this, this, and this. Does that make sense? So Cutco is more expensive, but it's worth it because of this, this, and this. If we had a cheap product, what we'd have to do is explain it over and over again of why we're cheap, and then we'd have to apologize for it breaking over and over again, right? Customers love the fact that they're getting a higher quality product And that way, like when we build it up the price expectation and we tell them the price, they're like, oh, okay, that makes sense. Does that make sense? If we were like Cutco's super cheap, then they're gonna be like, that's not cheap. Does that make sense? So, plus, have you ever been super interested in something that someone's like, oh my gosh, you have to get this product. It's super cheap. It's gonna break really fast. You're gonna love it. No. People are attracted when there's like a good quality product that's reasonably priced, right? And our average order, anybody could afford our average order, especially if they split up into 5 months. We're talking about families. And by the way, that's just our average. They could buy a piece if they wanted to, right? Or they could buy a set, right? Whatever. But I'm glad that we have good quality because I've never had somebody complain to me afterwards. I've only had people thank me for getting them Cutco. I've never had someone thank me for not getting them Cutco. Right? So let's go ahead. That's page 4. That's all the features and benefits. And then the biggest thing is we have the double the edge, right? It's a knife. You want it to cut better. Ours does. Period. Right? Any questions on page 4? All right, flip to page 5 then. 5 has the forever guarantee. Okay. Now I already shared you a little bit, but part 1 is just the forever performance. So after this part where we're literally like, hey, if you break this knife ever, we'll replace it. We're better than all of our competitors already. No one has that part of a guarantee at all. Okay, what do you think that says about the guarantee and the company? Yeah, it's good. It's quality. We stand behind it, right? Sharpening, like gradually, it will go dull over time, right? Just like anything, every 7, 10, maybe even 15 years. When they get it resharpened, like my family sent their whole set of Cutco in to get it sharpened. They got it all sharpened for free, or touched up and sent back to them like 11 years after I started. It's like having a brand new set of Cutco and they like fall in love with it all over again as well too. Even if somebody lives in a city area, right? We might even be able to have somebody come out to their house and sharpen it for them as well, like we kind of talked about too. If they're like out in the country, like far away, and they're, somebody's not close, maybe they should just send it in, but that's an option as well too. The third part, the unconventional use, I already shared a story with you. There's another one where this lady says, my Cutco's been replaced several times. I've had it since the 50s. I love this product. When my house burned down, I called to reorder and they replaced all my knives at half the price. Wow, Evelyn Norris. Isn't that pretty crazy? And then the fourth part, the unconditional return policy, is the most important to the sales process. So 15 days from when the product arrives, and we experience about a 1% return rate as an entire company. So as an entire company, we experience about a 1% return rate. So we really lean on the guarantee. Like we want people to be able to try it out. That's why we have this part. Okay. That's just a cool little Facebook or Instagram clip I took from actually Mike Dowd, who was #1 this week in sales in St. Louis. 2 years ago, he sold 1.2 million. He was the #4 rep in the world, but he had 3,520 orders and only 4 returns, which is 99.99987, so whatever percent. It's pretty cool. Cool. Any questions on 4 or 5? All right, this is our last role play. 4, 4, 5, 5. Go get them. What's up? Really expensive things right now, and on like Raylan Fields, so it's like the same. It's
Well, it's 12 bucks around.
So it says this representative. That's fine.
Well, Rick, I wanna make sure, but yes, I think so.
That's what we need.
Mr. Dana. Line instead of. First one is, first one is with on the other, it's on both sides. The universal design locks your hand in place. You can control and play. Long way, so you can see. This makes it more expensive, but the second feature is our thermo rescue candle. It's expensive. Huge.
Very nice.
Extra steel is more expensive, but if you want it, as it creates the directly bound. Is our high grade steel. Steel is expensive. Worth it. It has high carbon. It's stainless from beauty. Good Voyager is our most famous. Stay sharp and double the Let's compare how the different types. First, as you can see in the video, is the which frames compare the next is the regular trade, absolutely the dual is probably a double D. That's
I'll just look at.
unlike a serrated edge. Goes double D edge and a smack of the straight edge. With smoothly forward, backwards, down. The points protect the resuscitators from the line. Keeping each knife sharp with its middle ears. Most of our knives, I think about D edge coming out. Ready? We're almost there.
Let's think about.
Yeah, see,
If anything ever.
Best thing about the parts are guaranteed. The products that you can have one in every day, you never have to replace. That was great. This product does when you're testing, pass it down. The first part is. Anything you ever rubbish on.
How we do?
Just send it back to the company. Will fix it.
Are you going to school? Is this online or is this in person?
Online.
Online?
Second.
Okay.
Whenever you're.
Cool.
It's a big one.
Okay.
Whatever, beer.
Okay. And do you want to go? You want to go for entertainment business?
Yeah, I didn't really make up my mind, so I was like, it was good for you. Just get the overview for it until I figure out what I want to do. I kind of want to do like catering. I want to make my own frame. And I'm kind of all back to like, a lot of other based things.
Cool. I like it.
It's such a great investment because you'll never have to buy another set. And you can be American made on looking for them guaranteed.
Mic drop.
This makes it
It's worth it.
Second thing. Now you're gonna do third feature, full take.
Have many people to write down there. A lot of my friends have jobs. Strong, they're out of town.
The fourth feature is a very high grade. But it's worth it.
Yeah, if anyone has a welcome sheet, I'll take it.
It has a high carbon for cutting edge, and it's stainless wood with sanitary interest. The fifth feature is by far our most famous. Sorry,
Is everybody done? Okay. Well, hey, that is the first 5 pages of the demo. At that point, you kind of already made the sale on like Cutco, the product. The better that you get, what they don't know is like what knives we have and what the sets are and all that kind of stuff, right? So the better you can get at this first part, the first 5 pages, that's what's going to really impact the 60% or more, like the closing ratio that you have. From what I've taught you so far, the next part we'll go through at the start of tomorrow will affect your average order, how big that is per person. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
Okay. You guys did awesome. I shared that one testimonial with you already. We've also got a couple more on here as well too, and then we're gonna go through a pay review. I think the one on the Facebook one on the right is kind of cool. It says, Cutco wows me again. We returned 4 cookware pans, one in '88, another 2 I bought in 1990, another one in '02. They've all been used on average 4 to 6 or 3 to 6 times a week. Call it 5 to 8,000 uses for each pan, 20,000 plus total. If I had thrown them away and gotten a whole new set, it would have been an amazing value. But now Cutco sends me brand new replacements for another 30 plus years of cooking pleasure. Food cooks faster at a lower heat. It's healthier, tastier, cooked with low moisture Cutco cookware, and it's worth 5 times the price. Pretty cool.
Yeah.
You don't even know about the cookware yet. All right, you guys ready for a quick pay review, and then we can take another quick break, and then we really only have one more section after that.
Yep.
Okay. All right. We'll probably take one of these nice photos tonight. Paycheck info. You have all this I'm about to show you in your manual, so you don't necessarily need to take notes unless you really, really want to. But a couple of quick review points, and then I'm really just going to show you maybe how you can think about things, because you know how you get paid. So I'll do a quick review, and then we'll think a little differently about it now that you're getting closer. So we get paid on Fridays, all right? And the way it works is we're gonna set up stuff on Friday in training on the 3rd day. You can set up your direct deposit and all that kind of stuff, okay? And then otherwise you'll get mailed a paper check if you don't have a bank account. The Cutco sales week goes from Tuesday to Monday night. Okay, we're not on a page in the manual, by the way, in case you're wondering. But it goes from Tuesday to Monday night midnight. So every week, on Monday night, that's like the last day of the week. So Tuesday's the start of the week. Today's Wednesday, so we're like a day and a half into the week. Make sense? Okay. Base pay wise. The qualifications for the base pay, again, just as a review, is the person that you show Cutco to has to be at least 30 and working full-time or retired by choice. And then we do all of them one-on-one. We just don't do any group presentations or anything like that. Okay. It is very uncommon that a sales company pays someone to not sell the product. Ever think of that? Right. So imagine how many people we'd have on our team if like we didn't have to think about who we brought onto the team. Right. We have to be selective because we, want it to be a good fit, and we're paying them. Right. So we have a $20 base pay. That's kind of like, I'm never going to teach you how to make the base pay, because that's what you get when you're, kind of not off to a good start. But it's a great thing to lean on. And I love the fact that we can use the base pay to tell customers that it's, there's no pressure, and it's easy to set up appointments that way as well too. And it is true. But the fact of the matter is most reps make a lot more off of the commission because just people are buying. 2 weeks ago, 8 out of the 10 reps that went through training hit their first promotion their first weekend. There was only 1 rep that made base pay. Last week we had 8 or what I say 7 or 8 of the 13 that hit their first promotion the first weekend, and I think there was 3 that made base pay. Right, so like most do, but it's nice to have it either way, no matter what. Okay, but once you get to a higher commission percentage, it's kind of harder to make base pay because you're making so much on an individual appointment. But the base pay relaxes who? You and the customer, and that's what you want. Okay, now are we on the honor system kind of for the base pay? Kind of. But one thing that's absolutely crucial is that somebody can communicate. Okay, and then we have them fill out a little presentation form after the appointment. I will show you those on Friday as well too. But that's how we calculate it. So you always make either the base pay or the incentive for the week. Remember, it's not both added together. It's either the base pay or the commission, whichever one's higher at the end of every week. The only thing that doesn't reset is your commission percentage. That never resets, right? But every week you can always make one of the two. Okay. All right. So let's talk about commission. Okay. Number 1 is how quickly can somebody hit 1,000 in sales? Very quick. They could hit it technically on their first appointment. I did. Right. I think Dylan, it took him 3. I don't remember what Tony was, but you get the point, right? So you could hit it technically on your first one if you have over $1,000 order. Last week's training class, we had 3 people, I believe, that hit their first promotion on their first appointment out of 13. So, like, if all of you did, would I be surprised? Yeah. But if like a few of you did, no, I wouldn't be surprised at all. That's, that happens. Okay. Now, how do you get to $1,000 in sales? Okay, so just as a reminder, I'm going to show you the most basic national averages. Okay, so let's say that you do how many appointments does it take? Well, if you do 5, okay, what would be average is if you closed on 3 out of 5, right? 60%. So you have 3 sales out of 5, 5 demos or appointments. Okay, and then What's the national average order? It's actually 400, right? It's even lower than that. So even with the 400 average, you're over 1200. So you're over 1,000, right? Which is your first promotion. Does that make sense, everybody? So even if you have a couple small ones, most people hit it on like 5 or less. Okay. Now, our office average last week was 497. So it actually took the average rep their first weekend last week 2 demos or 2 sales, right? So maybe it was 3 demos or even 4 demos or something like that. But most of you will promote yourself from 10 to 15% by like Saturday, Sunday, Monday for the most part. Would I be surprised if 100% of you did? I mean, I don't know if I'd be surprised. That'd be really cool if there was no unique situations that happened. Um, but no, I wouldn't be surprised if most of you hit it this weekend. In fact, most of you will hit it this weekend. It only takes 5 appointments. You have all Friday, Saturday, Sunday, Monday. Does that make sense so far? Okay, when you hit your first promotion, what do you get bumped up to? 15%, right? So between 1 to 3,000, you're at 15%. Now, if you as you know, right, by doing 15 appointments, that should get you to 3,000 if you just do the math, right? 5 times 3 gets you to 15. Okay. How quickly do you think I've had people hit 3,000 in sales before?
2 days.
I've had people do their first demo. I've had people do their first demo. Yeah. It's not super common. But we have people certainly do it their first weekend. Absolutely. I think we had 3 people do it last week in their first weekend. The week before, I think we had 4 people do it their first weekend. So they made over $400 their first weekend, which is pretty cool. But certainly, yeah, once in a while somebody hits their first one or their first night, even once in a while as well too. Out of a training class the size, it wouldn't surprise me if a couple of you did. Once someone hits that, they're at 20%, right? Between 3 and 6,000 in sales. Okay. Now, logically, by doing math, you would go, all right, well, to hit 6,000 in sales, it would take me about 30 appointments. You just do the math, right? Now, if you want to follow along with me on this last part, you can. It's on page 36. You have this chart and everything in there for you. Okay. Or you can just look up on the screen. It's totally up to you. Okay. But once someone hits 6,000 in sales, which by the way, 6,000 in sales is that's a great first 10 days. Who would be excited to make $1,000 in 10 days? Great. So if you want to do that, it takes 30 appointments. So over 10 days, how many appointments per day would that be? Who is it? 3. Yeah. So if you want to do 30 demos in your first 10 days, it's 3 a day. Our average rep usually does 3 a day, at least for their fast start. Okay. And then if you want to go for 10,000 plus, right? I always tell people just to focus on 40 demos because I've trained 63 people to do it. 61 of them did it on 40 demos or less. And I haven't had someone since like 2016 do it on less or more than 40 because the prices have gone up, right? So if you want to hit 10,000, make two grand in 10 days, it's no secret. It's just do 40 demos. That's it. It's about 4 a day. Okay. Now, once someone hits 20,000 in sales, they can start earning monthly bonuses. Okay. Which are pretty sweet. So on your manual, you can also see this, right? At 20,000 in sales, someone earns 30% plus a 5% bonus. So they earn 35%. That last bonus check comes at the end of the month on that check, right? So like Dylan, obviously all the professionals and Josu and some of the top reps on our team, they start making bonus checks. Depending on how well Tony does this week, he might hit 20K and start earning bonus checks next week. Or well, next month, I guess, technically, right? Once someone hits 30,000 in sales, they're at 30% plus 10, which is 40 overall. Once someone hits 50,000, like Josu on our team, he makes 30 plus 15, which is 45%. And then 150,000 in sales is at 50%. Okay, and that just makes it easy to count your paychecks when you make half of what you sell. Okay. Now, when somebody does appointments, right? The cool thing is you're all going to reach 10,000 at some point, right? You're either going to like not do it or you're going to do it here and then you're at 10,000 in sales. And whether it takes you a few weeks or months or 10 days or whatever, once you get to 30%, I mean, you could do 1,000 in a week, be the laziest rep alive. 5 demos is not a lot. We have people do that on a daily basis. I'm talking in a whole week, and you could have a $300 weekly check. I know you know how math works, but like if you do 2,000, you have a $600 weekly check at 30%. If you do 3,000, you have a $900 weekly check. Okay. So, let me give you a couple examples. Let me give you the most basic example that there possibly is. Someone does 10 demos, makes 6 sales. So they have 4 no sales, 6 sales. They're average nationally, okay? $400 national average. They sell 2,400 bucks, okay? Now, and then the base pay, right, is how much? 20. So they made at least 200 because you can't make less than the base pay, right? So for this week, let's say this rep is at 25%, for example. Okay. So this rep's at 25%. So off of 2,400. Oh, this is actually what Raylan on our team did last week when she was in Florida. I actually undershot. I think I said 400. So she sold 2,400 last week, I believe. I'd have to double check. But at 25%, you make $600. So what are they going to keep that week? 200 or 600?
600.
Of course, 600, right? And then what's cool is the next week that rep is even closer to 30%, right? So that percentage never resets. Even if you take a break and you do a trip out of the country for the summer, or you come back over winter break if you want to focus on studies during the school year, like whatever, your percentage never goes away. Okay. So even like here's Caitlin, for example. This is over winter break. Caitlin did 16 demos. She went to Spring Hill High School. She's just really nice. She's a pretty shy girl. She did 16 demos. She had 4 sales. Okay. So 75% of people bought, which is a good percentage. And she had a 534 average. So on her 12 sales, she sold 6,415. And this is her first weekend, right? So she would have made at least whatever that is, I should say 16 demos, but she should have made 320 at least with the base pay. Bless you. Bless you. But what was her commission? 1,115. So some of you are thinking, like at the beginning of training, you're like, selling 1,000, that's a bit like a bajillion dollars, right? She made 1,000. Some of you will make a G this weekend. I'm dead serious. Not a lot of you, but it wouldn't surprise me if we had 1 or 2 or maybe 3 of you that make $1,000 in income this weekend. Okay, you do a lot of appointments, it's certainly possible. Okay, so she made 1,115, which is pretty cool, right? Here's Dylan, by the way. Dylan had a crazy busy first weekend. I think he was like out of town, or I can't remember what he had going on, but he went 7 for 8 on his first 8 demos. And he had a big average order. So Dylan's first paycheck, he sold 5,555. Right, that's a high average, 793. So his base pay would have been 160 bucks, but instead his commission was 911. So what did he keep? Commission. Okay, here's Caitlin's paycheck example, by the way, just so you can kind of see what it feels like. Look at all her orders that are circled in green. That's like what orders are like. So her first order was 120 bucks. It's a small piece or a small order, right? Her second one was 78 bucks. Her third one, 250. And then do you see the fourth one where it says Bob Grunwald or whatever, right? So she goes, same guy, right? But she goes from 10 to 15% because it rolls over on that demo. So that order was really 552 plus 392. So it's really like a $950 order. Does that make sense? So that's how it happens. It just kind of rolls to your next promotion for you automatically. Okay. Then she had an order for 31 bucks. Wow, what a whopper. I mean, that's like, I don't even know what that is, like a cutting board or a peeler or something like that. Then she had one for 262, one for 100, one for 222, 287, 354, 204. And then check out the last one. The last one was a $3,200 order. So she hit 20 and 25% on that one order. That's pretty cool. So on that one order, she made like 600 and something dollars, right? So that's how she got to her first weekend, but she did a lot of demos. If she did one less demo her first weekend, she wouldn't have had this order. So she would have had more like a $3,500 first weekend instead of $6,400. Does that make sense? All right. And then, oh, this is Dylan's too. And then Dylan's order is getting 207. 327, 446. He had one that rolled over that was 260, but $20 at 10%, 15%, 241. Then he had his first big one, 1759, then 481, 929, 1145, and then backed it up with a 2240 for his. So what are you noticing when I'm going through the orders?
They can be small, but they can also be big.
Yep, they're going to be all over the place. It's not like you sell 450 or whatever it is, 497 on every one. It's like you have some small ones, you have some mediums, you have some big ones. The more you do, the more of an average you'll be able to get from yourself as well too. Now you guys saw this, I believe, in the interview, right? So Dylan did 35 demos. He made 27 sales. He sold 13 grand. Again, his averages weren't too crazy. They were 505, and that's a pretty good closing percentage, which just means Dylan's really confident on the demo. But he would have only made 700 with the base pay, but instead he made 3 grand with the commission. Tony did 31 demos in his fast start. He had 27 sales and he sold 15,000. So his average order was 630. And then his closing ratio was also, I don't know what that is off the top of my head, but pretty good. Does that make sense? So he kind of was good at both things. And that's not the case for everyone, but, all right, so we got some more paychecks. You guys getting the point? This is Jackson. He made a $722 paycheck. This isn't even the whole weekend. That's just coming to advanced training Monday. Anna had a $652 paycheck. She ended up having a comma paycheck because of how much more she sold after advanced training Monday. Here's my tip for advanced training Monday. Don't wear socks. Okay? Because I'm going to knock your socks off. All right, so how do you get to 10,000? You could do 4 demos a week for 10 weeks and like have the busiest schedule on planet Earth, and you could get to 2,000 in income. However many weeks that is. 10 weeks from now, what's that? Like it's before you go to school. It's like August, beginning of August, right?
Yeah.
Or you could do 10 demos a week for 4 weeks. So by July, whatever, 6th, you're at, you've made 2 grand and you're at 30%. Or what some people do is they just turn it up a little bit in their fast start. And if you do 30 demos, which is 3 a day in your fast start, you'll make $1,000 in your first 10 days. Just like Ray did on her fast start. She sold 6,700 in her first 10 days. So she just made like $1,300, something like that. That's pretty cool. Or $1,200. Or you could go for it in your first 10 days, and it's 40 demos. It's 4 per day. Okay. But what your fast start does for you is it creates a lot of momentum for you as well too. And I need you to know how powerful your first few days on the job can really help and create things for yourself. I forgot about some of these. Do you guys want to hear a quick tip from her? Her name's Bree Monahan. So her first weekend she sold 4 grand. Oops. And then she sold 6,400 the next chunk. So she made 2K like almost exactly. Here's her tips. She's really quiet, by the way. So you're gonna listen to this and be like, she's doing demos? All right, here you go. Here, let me skip this beginning stuff.
Social work and minoring in Italian. I haven't really had any previous sales experience. I just worked at Noodles and Company for a little bit and then daycare, childcare. So not really. 3 tips I have on making a big fast start is call as many people as you can. That's super important. Make as many demos as you can. No matter how much that seems like really scary, just kind of gotta get through it and just like do as many as you can, even though you don't think you can, just go the extra mile. And get excited about what you're selling because it's a really exciting product. You gotta be confident about Cutco because it's a great product. So just be happy that you get this opportunity to sell it. But yeah, that's all I gotta say. Good luck.
This is after she sold 10,000. What do you think she was like before, right? She seemed like a salesperson? No, right? Lucas Coleman, I'll let you listen to his tips. This guy sold a lot of Cutco too. I'll skip the intro part.
I graduated from Brighton High School and I've been working at Cutco for a few months now. My biggest tip for a good fast start would be to book a lot of appointments, smile while you dial, and follow your script.
How about that? All right, I'm going to wrap this up with a couple quick tips. Number 1, tip that I have for you is to show your best 5 customers first, because your first couple days, it's not really for it's not really for practice. It's more for confidence and experience, right? And the way you're going to become the most confident and get the best experience is by showing your top people your first couple days. Okay. So if I could draw it up, your first 5 demos would be your best 5 people. It's going to help boost your confidence the most, right? How do you think it's going to feel when you make your first order?
Really good.
Yeah, really good, right? This did you guys know this is the best time to get started, by the way? Did you know we're gonna have some growth this week? All right, second tip is get off to a fast start, okay? What the fast start is gonna do is it's gonna boost your momentum, like we were talking about earlier. The job is all about momentum and confidence, and the trick is to do a little bit more your first weekend than you normally would do. So if you're normally thinking, I'll do maybe 3 a day, do 6 a day this weekend. If you think you're gonna do 2 a day, try to do 4 a day. Just get a little momentum over the hump. I love to have people make a full paycheck if you can't tell their first weekend, even though it's just a weekend, right? And we count Monday again. But doing a lot of demos in your fast start, number one, you get momentum because you're learning the demo quicker, mastering the fundamentals. You also build a lot of referrals right away when you do your best people first and you do a lot of demos, right? Imagine how many referrals Tony has. He's done 31 demos in 10 days. Probably a lot, probably hundreds, right? It's also going to boost your confidence. It's really motivating when people are buying, and it's going to help build your capacity because you'll start thinking bigger as well too, right? $1,000, you're thinking that's a ton today, but yeah, 3 days from now you might have $1,000 order, and then you'd be like, I can do that again, right? And then you might be thinking even bigger, right? Confidence, promotions, a ton of recommendations. My goal is for everyone to get in 10 plus demos by Monday at midnight, and here's why: I want all of you to make at least $200. Want all of you to make at least $200 your first weekend. Okay, now if you have a crazy busy schedule and something like that, don't sweat it. Just let me know at some point, today or tomorrow or whatever. But I want everybody to make $200. And you make $200 even if you make the base pay your first weekend. Okay. Plus it's going to get you better and you're going to get a lot of confidence and stuff like that as well too. A lot of you, if you do 10 demos, you're going to sell somewhere in like the $2,000 to $5,000, maybe even $6,000 range, and your paycheck's gonna be a lot bigger than the base pay. Okay. Last thing is if you're interested, I do have a contest for you tomorrow too. Remind me about that. It's in my slide, so I won't forget. But I do have another cool contest for doing 10 demos by Monday midnight. Last thing is if you're interested in going big, jot down the word alliance. So if you're interested in going big, I'm talking like the 40 demo thing, jot down the word alliance. We have a lot of people that shoot for it. Alliance, ALLIANCE. I know I talk fast sometimes, sorry. A lot of reps will shoot for it. If you have a lot of contacts and open schedule and you really want to go for it and you think you have the work ethic, then just let me know individually. Okay. Not at this exact second, but like you can let me know before you leave, or you can let me know tomorrow or something like that. Okay. But it'd be for someone that's pretty competitive and has the room to be able to do like, 5 demos a day, maybe even 6 sometimes, because sometimes you have a reschedule. That's kind of normal with like showing Cutco like families and stuff like that too. But those people, we have an extra morning meeting that if I select them for this group, they can come in and they just get like extra goodies on top of the normal stuff that they get. So it's kind of like you just cut the learning curve really quickly in 10 days. Okay. It's also harder because you're doing a lot more than other people. And so you have more challenges, but you also have more successes at the same time too. Okay. So that's what I got for pay. Helpful. Everybody have kind of an idea of what you're maybe, thinking along the lines of or whatever. Hopefully that helps a little bit. We just have one section left, but I do want to give you a quick break. So I'm gonna give you 5 minutes, 5-6 minutes. If we could start in like 5-6 minutes to crank this last section, that would be spectacular. So if you need to go to the restroom or something like that, go for it. Alexa, play. On the first floor, yeah. It just has like chips and stuff, but okay. Is that not a long enough break for you?
No, it's good, man. I feel like
We could take longer breaks. We just have to have training longer, and most people like to try to keep going. So
no, it's good. It's giving me another sense of perspective. Like right now I'm off school and like you find yourself being on your phone so long. So like
Yeah.
now you get to lock in.
right. Right. Oh, just got a Chris just sold $968 on his last demo. Pretty cool. Oh.
How do we brainstorm for more people? Set up demos with.
Sorry, what did you say?
How do we pick good, like brainstorm good customers, potential customers?
So our next section.
Oh, okay. And that's gonna be our homework tonight or something?
Sort of. Yeah, part of it, yeah.
That's what the first.
Snag my chair.
Yep, 'cause I did the demo for the training class. I needed to sit down with Mr. and Mrs. Jones.
Get ready for sales mode. Join everyone's favorite family as Bluey and the Healers leap into the world of Lego Duplo and Lego 4 Fun Pets. Watch playful moments unfold and create your own with sets designed for little hands. With every adventure, your little one gains the developmental benefits of our early age Lego pets. So let's say hello to fun, imagination, and endless play with Lego Bluey sets. Shop the Lego Bluey collection on Amazon.
Saving for your next milestone? Turn your everyday errors into cashback opportunities. Thanks to the Blue Cash Everyday Card, you can earn 3% cash back in the U.S. on essentials like groceries at supermarkets, online retail purchases, and gas stations. That's how we started growing our family's little nest egg. Take the next step with Blue Cash Everyday. Learn more at americanexpress.com/dash-BCE. Terms and cashback cap apply.
That's awesome. But first, I thought you would have. Is he from? Oh, yes, that's.
A little late, but I should come work. Yep. We have a bunch of paper too. Salt and vinegar.
Gonna need this again?
Um,
I can actually consider this.
no, that's okay. Take this one. I'll take the other one. Well, so obviously it's the whole class when it's that section.
Just when you start it.
No, I'll let you know when.
Okay.
We will have to do basketball for a team night, huh? Sometime. Like basketball, is he? Yep. What do we think? Ready to rock? We have any other granola bar? Those gone. What? Granola bar? Are those gone? Oh, we got that. I'll have to get more. There is a vending machine on the first floor, but you can do that tomorrow if you need. Or bring something. But we're also tomorrow, we're gonna cut food. So you'll be able to snack on stuff too. We always try to get someone really talented to make brownies. We're 3 for 3, so just throwing that out there. The ones last week were really good.
Yeah. I don't know if we can beat those.
And then yeah. Alexa, buzz.
I walked out.
All right. Well, I'll give you an 8-minute break. How about that? Okay. Well, I'm gonna go ahead and get started. For this first part, we're gonna start with a 2-minute timed contest. Are you ready? All you need is a pen and a piece of paper. I'm gonna put 2 minutes on the clock. I'll tell you my rules and how it works. Okay. So pen, piece of paper, 2 minutes on the clock. What you're gonna do is and don't start yet, but you're gonna write down anyone's name that you've ever met in your life. So rule number 1 is they need to be a living, breathing human. Okay. And then rule number 2 is they need to know who you are in return. So you can't write like Beyonce or something like that, right? Unless you personally know her. If you do, you should introduce me. Okay. So that's it. All right. Anyone that you've ever met in your life, they have to know who you are in return, and they're a living, breathing human. You can write first name. You don't need the last name. You don't need the phone number, anything like that. We're just doing a brainstorm to start off, okay? But I want you to go as fast as humanly possible in the next 2 minutes to write down names. Are you ready?
Yep.
And I'm gonna distract you. I'm gonna play music. I'm gonna like mess with you. Write down as many as humanly possible. Next 2 minutes. Are you ready? 3, 2, 1, go. Alexa, play. 5 seconds in. Hayden's moving. 20 seconds in.
You know that we galvanized.
Don't say anything. I'm just messing with you. 30 seconds in. Just people you ever met, right? You're gonna get a brain fart and then go to the next person. Not gonna give you any hints. Age doesn't matter. $55 seconds in. Oh, diamond screws in. Third one. Oh, really? You're doing great. 45 seconds left. 30 seconds left. 20, 19, 18, 17. Sorry, that was kind of fast. 12 seconds left. Anybody left? Throw them down. Zach, John, Ralph. Lauren, Ashley, Sarah. 2, 1, pause. Alexa, pause. Do a quick count up. Shout it out once you got it. No judgment. 9, 10, 18, 20, 24, 23, 19, 19, 24, 16, 31, 31, 25. We had 2 people at 30. Oh, 33, 34. Anyone above 34? All right, Aurelia, great job. Let's give her nothing but a high five from me. All right, there was no contest. The whole point of that was I just wanted to show you that you know humans. Imagine if I gave you 30 minutes on this. How many do you think you could write down?
You want to? There's probably more.
Yeah, probably a lot, right? Probably hundreds, right? Or what if I gave you your phone and I was like, you can just look at your contacts, or you could go to social media and look at, like, you come with a lot of people. Now check this out. Let's look at how many people does the average American know? How many people does average American meet in their lifetime? How about that? The average American is estimated to meet 80,000 people in their lifetime. 80,000 in their lifetime. Now, I think the average person probably knows hundreds of people by their name, for sure. Okay. So what we're going to do is we're going to work on a list of people that you could show Cutco to. It's not a list of people you think is going to buy. It's just a list of people who you could show Cutco to that meet our target market. Okay. Now, before we get into this, a couple quick things. Number one, what's the average order?
400.
Yeah, what, 497 right now, right? Last week. So, if I was selling Girl Scout cookies, well, I guess I couldn't have, but like if a Girl Scout came up to my door, right? And even if I was allergic to Girl Scout cookies, if she came up and was like, I'm selling Girl Scouts and my goal is to sell, 70 boxes this week or whatever. I was wondering if you'd like to buy some and they're $5. You know what? I'd buy one, a box, even if I was allergic to them. I'd just like give it to someone else because it's $5, right? Am I gonna miss $5? Probably not. Now, if the same Girl Scout came up to me and said, sell Girl Scout cookies, my goal is to sell 70, 700 whatever it is, 70 boxes. Would you like to buy them? My average customer spends $497. I would say, good luck at the next house.
Yeah.
Okay. Not worth it, right? So why am I sharing with you this? Well, because look, no one's gonna buy Cutco to be nice to you. They're just not. It's too expensive. No one's gonna buy Cutco to be nice to you. And if you're like, oh, I bet that they are, you have such a big head, for one. And two, if you really think that, you have my permission to go, hey, did you just want to write me a check instead then if you don't really care about Cutco? Because I would get 100% of that when I cash it. If they want Cutco, why are they buying Cutco? Because it's a great product, it's American made, it's guaranteed forever. They see a use in it, it's good value, all that stuff. Okay. It's a fact that most businesses start through people that they know, especially if you have a product or service that you like. Probably the first people you'd want to show would be somebody that you know or care about, right? So it's how most small businesses start. Now, unlike some other businesses with Cutco, there's one of two things happens on a demo, right? One is they buy. If they buy, you make probably more on commission. You get recommendations and you got to catch up with somebody for a while, right? Let's play the other way. Let's say they don't buy. What happens? You get the base pay, most likely. They probably gave you recommendations still, and you still got to catch up with somebody. So is there there's not a lose-lose when you're putting, when you're showing people Cutco. You can only win that way. And if they don't get Cutco, that's okay. And if they do get Cutco, that's also okay, right? But the fact of the matter is, you can get really good showing Cutco to people that you know or are familiar with before you ever show somebody that you don't know. People won't buy because they know you, but they will let you practice with them because because they know you. Does that make sense? That's the biggest difference. Okay. Um, last story, and then we'll get into it. Lindsay Paulno, she had somebody that she had on her list. She runs the St. Louis office now, but she started in my office a couple years ago. She had somebody on her chicken list, like somebody that she put down in training, but she just a few weeks in, she never called them because whatever reason. Okay. Her buddy Luke starts the job, family friend. He calls them at the team meeting. They're both there, and he's like, "Oh, I just made a sale to the Smiths, whatever their name was." And Lindsay goes, "What? No way! I was gonna call them." And she looked at me, and I was like, "Well, it looks like Luke did." And I was like, "How much did you sell, Luke?" And he's like, $800 or whatever. And she's like, "No," 'cause she was at 30%, right? So she basically missed out on $250 just because she didn't call that person. That's the worst thing that could happen, is that they sit on your list and someone else calls them, which they probably are at some point anyways. Okay. So you might as well let it be you. By the way, if you're on the break when I said this, Chris on our team, Adams, just sold $968 on his last demo. It's pretty cool. So now he's at just a pinch under, or no. Yeah, he's probably at like just a pinch under 5K. Yeah. Is that right?
He's over 5K.
Oh, okay. Well, maybe
Should be.
more. I don't know. 5 or 6K. He's crushing it right now. Okay. You guys ready for this? Okay. So as we go through this, I just want you to put down people that come to mind. You should be hesitant as I go through this. If you're not being hesitant, then you're doing the activity wrong. Like, I'm gonna say a category, you might be like, my middle school baseball coach? I don't know about that. But write them down anyways. Okay. What it's gonna do is it's gonna trigger things. It's gonna help you think of other people as well too. What I can promise you, and you could ask Dylan, after you do the job for 2 weeks, you're gonna think you're a pro. And you're gonna want to show Cutco to like literally anyone. Dylan?
Yeah.
Okay. So I'm gonna go through some categories here. Okay. And as I go through the categories, I don't even want you to look at me. I want you to just be zoned in on your paper. I don't care what you put down. I just want you to try to move through stuff as quick as you can. You don't need your phone for right now. We'll pull out phones here in a little bit. We'll get the app installed and all that good stuff. But I'm just gonna go through categories. Anybody have a huge family? Great. Anybody have a small family? Right. So it's like, anybody live in the country? Anybody live in a neighborhood with houses? Everyone's different. So you're gonna have different categories that you're like, I'm rolling on this one, right? And then you're gonna have others when you're like, oh man, I don't. And don't worry about it, okay? But also don't be like, I had this one girl not too long ago that like I said church, and she was like, ugh, I don't go to church. I literally was like, I was like, are you serious? I literally was like, are you serious? Like, that's how you reacted to that? That's crazy. So just if it's not your category, don't worry about it. Try to work on a different one and all that. But your neighbor doesn't know who you know. So I just want you to work at your own pace. Does that make sense? Okay, cool. You guys ready to roll? All right. So first one that I'm going to start with, and you can do this either on a blank sheet of notes, or if you'd like to use the manual, there is a spot on page 19. If you want to do it on there, you can do it on page 19 as well. This is just our rough draft either way, okay? But if you're doing page 19, do it under the top 50. Don't do it at the top because we're going to organize that tomorrow. So if you do 19, do it down here. If you do it on scratch paper, do it on scratch paper. I don't care. Okay. Wherever you're not going to lose it, basically. All right. Okay. Keep in mind, target is like homeowners married over 30. If you can't remember, if you're like, are they divorced or what? If they're, how, just put them down. Okay. We're just do all the maybes right now. You don't need to ask me. We'll figure it out later. Cool. All right. So first one that I would start with is start with your family. So literally, like, you can write down mom and dad, right? If they're separated, that would be 2 separate demos for you. If they're married, like my aunt and uncle, like Mary and Gary, you can just put the Franks, right? Or Mary and Gary or whatever. You get the point? You don't need phone numbers. You don't even need last names, just however you know them. Okay, this is totally up to you. It's your list, not my list. Put grandma and grandpa on there. If you just have grandma, go ahead and put grandma on the list. Aunts and uncles on mom's side. Aunt Sally, Uncle Joe. Uncles on mom's side. And then move to dad's side if you haven't. Aunts and uncles. Even if they live out of the area, remember you can do them online. So they could live like I did my Uncle Dave and Aunt Anna in Washington State. This is a great one. I did my mom's cousin. So you can do cousins too if they're like old enough and have a significant other. I did my mom's cousin that lives in Wisconsin. Another one lives in Minnesota. Then I showed their parents that also live in Minnesota. One of my cousins also lives in Chicago. I did an online one with them. So I'm gonna give you a little bit more time on these first couple categories. Maybe you have in-laws or step family. Pretty much just need to live in America. So you can't do them out of America because we don't ship. Give you another 10, 15 seconds on family. The next one I'm gonna go to is family friends. So like who's your second mom, right? Or like the aunt or the uncle, you call them that, but they're not actually like blood, aunt, uncle or whatever. Who are the family friends you see all the time? You're barbecuing, you go to dinner with them. Every time I go back, I always get to see my family friends. Um, the Renchlers, the Edsons, the Frasers. That's who I always see when I go back, because that's my parents' good friends. Is this anyone's, by the way? I stole it earlier.
She left.
Oh, this is that one. Okay, okay, great. Just making sure. You've got family friends you hardly see, but you're still pretty close with them. So family friends you hardly see, but you're still pretty close to them. Maybe they moved out of the area, or maybe you're just not as close anymore. I remember I showed my mom's friend Lisa Duty, and Lisa, I had only met her a few times that I could remember, but she'd known me since I was a kid because my mom like grew up nursing with her, and then she moved away. She talked to me like I was her best friend, and I was like, "Lady, I barely remember you." You could also do some of your parents' friends. Parents' friends. Think about your parents' old friends, people that have been around a long time. Like maybe like my mom still has friends from middle school, Jeannie Matthews and Lori Hayes. Friends from middle school. Maybe they know friends from high school or from college that they still keep in contact with. A lot of my parents made friends through me and my sisters growing up, like playing sports. So like the Frasers I just mentioned, they were a Pom's parent. You also got your parents' coworkers. What do they do for a living? Are they a boss? Do they have a boss? Who do they complain about? But if they spend 8 hours a day or whatever at work, they certainly talk to other humans. I showed a lot of my mom's work friends over time. A lot of them knew me because my mom has Facebook, and I didn't know them that well, but they were super excited to do an appointment. And these aren't ones I started with. Again, these are some you might not show some of these people for weeks or months even, but just put them down. We're just brainstorming. Another one's like who sends your family a Christmas card on New Year's or at Christmas, right? The ones that like go on the refrigerator, like the pantry or whatever. Think about who are some of those people. Again, you just want families that eat food. Last wedding or family reunion you went to? Who's the person that pinches your cheeks? Right? And they still think you're like five, right? Write that person down. They love you. All right. You don't need people to buy, you just need people to be nice that fit our target market. Families that eat food. Another 20 seconds on family, friends. The next one I'm going to go into, if you're still on family, friends, just keep rolling. I'm going to go to friends, parents next. So this, for a lot of you that are college aged, this is probably the easiest one possible because I literally am just telling you to write your friend's name down. And if you know their mom's name, write, you know, Dana Wright or whatever. And if you're like, oh my gosh, what's Joe's mom's name? I forgot. Just write Joe's mom for now. You'll figure it out. Okay.
About people who are like newly married, but they're not 30.
We're doing all the maybes, so just throw them down for now. I'd rather have you show their parents, but throw them down. You probably have different friends growing up. I had a different best friend in elementary school. It was Brandon Nygum. Middle school was like Michael Tibor and Jordan Stroshine. High school was like Kyle Kirchner or Colin Burzak. College is like Ben Wright and a bunch of other people. I mean, I just named 10 people right there, right? It should be an easy one for you to write down 10. Because you're just talking about your friends. Even if you don't never met their parents, who cares? Right? If you hung with them in high school, it's easy. Now, I understand some of you could write like 50 people down and, all that. We're not going to do that for the time's sake, but I do want you to get a good chunk of friends' parents down. If you're still working on friends' parents, keep rocking. Okay. But again, I would have written down at least 10 for that. You're just thinking about the 10 people that you've ever talked to that you're friends with in your life. Get to 10 if you're not at 10. Okay. The next one I'm gonna scoot into if you're done with friends' parents is like if you played sports growing up or if you play sports. That's a great one. So think about your teammates' parents. I played, for example, on a baseball team growing up in middle school. I showed all like 10 of those parents Cutco because they literally cheered for me for like 4 years straight. They know who you are. Those are great ones. If you played football or something like that, there's 40 people for you right there. It's a piece of cake. If you did cheerleading or dance growing up, that's how my sisters made a lot of their friends. Right? It could be if you didn't do sports, maybe you did choir or band or orchestra or debate or something like that for an extracurricular. So think of the coach, think of the trainer, and then think of some of your teammates. I remember doing an appointment for Josh Montague's parents. I don't think I'd ever really talked to them in my life other than like a, hey there, right? $1,000 order. Okay. Because they eat food. Guess what? It's crazy, right? Okay. Just write them down. All right. I'm encouraging you to write down as many as you can that come to mind. Parents from the team. Another one you could do is church or synagogue or mosque or like whatever you practice. Do you know someone that attends or do you attend? Michael Bell, his first summer, he sold $30,000. He mostly showed volleyball parents and church parents because he played volleyball and he goes to the church and his family knows a lot of people from the church. So again, you don't need to look up at me. You just want to keep your pens working. We had a rep that got recommended to 75 people from a church because his aunt was like, I know everyone. You can just use my name and call anybody from here. They know me. Pretty cool. So you've got church. You've got another one is neighbors. Jot down neighbors. That's a great one. Think about literally who is the house to the left of you, who is the house to the right of you. And if you're like, I don't know them, you can write house left and house right for now. You'll figure it out later. But if you're not writing that, you're just not even trying at this point. Think who's across the street, you know? Do you live in a cul-de-sac? Even if you're like, I don't know their name, just write neighbors for right now. You could also do past neighbors. I did a couple past neighbors lived out of our old house. If you've moved a few times or something like that. Some of them turn into family friends still. Again, if you could borrow like a stick of margarine from them, they're a great prospect for Cutco. I'm going to speed it up a little bit, last 3 minutes. We got teachers next. There's an easy, I mean, write down 5. Just pick 5. You get probably all of you, if you went to school like here, like in, in America, you probably have had like 50 plus teachers. Guess what? When you're working for a scholarship for a company, that's really cool. I showed my kindergarten teacher when I was 19. I showed my first grade teacher. I showed my fifth grade teacher. I showed the middle school or the elementary school nurse. I showed the middle school nurse. I showed some guidance counselors. They love Cutco. So teachers, or if you're in college, you probably have professors you just ended a semester with too. Those are great ones. Or if you're in summer school, show them Cutco. I got an A on a final because I sold Cutco in a business intro to business class. I didn't have to do the group presentation at the end because he was like, "You got it." Hey, show your teachers. Brownie points. They'll like you more. You got social media. We'll get into that in a little bit, but it's not like you have. Do you guys have 4 Instagram followers or? You have like hundreds, maybe you have thousands, right? Same thing on Snapchat, right? It's not like 6 people. It's like you have a lot of people on social media for those of you that use it. And we'll get into that in a little bit. If your best friend was literally sitting next to you in training right now, who do you think the first like 3 to 5 people that your best friend would show to would be? Jot them down. It's probably their parents, it might be their grandparents. You might already know them. It might be their aunt and uncle or their godmother or whatever. It might be one of your other buddies' parents. So who's your best friend's family? We had a guy that only started with his girlfriend's family because he like completely changed his life and didn't have anything from the past, and he just started with 10 of his girlfriend's family friends. Same thing if your significant other was sitting in training next to you, or if they were doing the job, who would their first 5 people be? Think about some of those. Those are really great ones. Your girlfriend, boyfriend, husband, wives, family, etc. All right, last minute, I'm gonna go quicker. Okay, and I want you to at least write down the category if you're not writing down the person. Does that make sense? So like I'm gonna say lawyer. So if no one knows the family lawyer's name, he's gonna write, whatever their name is. If he doesn't, just write the word lawyer. Okay. So lawyer. Start with that. Next one is doctor. Write down anyone. Who do you know that's a doctor? This is like the who do you know span. Who do you know that's a doctor? If you're like, I don't know a doctor, you probably have one, but write the word doctor. You could show them Cutco if you want to. Next one would be dentist. I showed my dentist Cutco, Dr. Tyler. Why? Because he asked me what I do for work during school, and I was like, I sell Cutco. He's like, no way, we have some. I was like, cool. Let me come over. He was like, okay. Boom. Anyone that's in the military or armed forces, jot them down. Those are great ones, right? They love to support American-made companies. Plus, we own K-Bar. Jot down stay-at-home mom or dad. Who do you know that's a stay-at-home mom or dad? Who's the popular mom that you know? Who knows what she's gonna buy, if anything, but she could recommend you to like all of her friends. It's like the PTA mom, or like she's the hairdresser, or the realtor, or she's got a lot of connections. who's that person that comes to mind for you? Do you know anybody in